See ya.
Go ahead and put the PowerPoint up
Oh,
for those
okay.
directives that were,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Again, while we're waiting everyone to join, please look at the screen and put that in there. And on number 2, if you will add your title to that, we would appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Welcome, everybody. We're excited to have you on today. And again, we congratulate you on being selected from the peer review readers and the application you submitted to join Cohort 17. It was a very tough competition, lots of applicants because I'm assuming ARPESR and things like that are coming to an end. So people are starting to look for options of what they can do with their after school and before school and out of school time programs. Today and throughout, we are going to cover a number of things that are very, very important. I want to remind you, this is a federal grant. While you've been awarded funds, you are under federal compliance to stay within your grant and the things we cover today. You also are required to do a number of things within EGAP and other places that we will talk about. But I just want to remind you that it is ultimately important that you remember this is a federal grant and we must remain compliant with that. That includes meeting deadlines, not changing your program, your staff, having everything, the T's crossed, the I's dotted, everything you can think of. I just returned from a conference and I cannot reiterate how important it is for us all to make sure and stay on top of what's required by the federal government and what is required with this grant for the state. So in saying that, again, congratulations. I'm Annette Scoggin. I'm part of the 21st Century team. We're going to go around and introduce our team, and then we'll get started on our PD today. Alicia?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia Alves. I work with the 21st Century Grant. For those of you who are new to the 21st Century Grant, we welcome you. Know that you'll hear from us many a times, and I'm excited, even though I've been working here in this capacity for the last 3 years. I do have some experience as actually having a 21st Century Grant. So hopefully my experience and as well as me working on this level will be helpful for you, and I'm here to serve you and to make sure that we all stay in compliance.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Rebecca Pines. I also work here at the State Department in 21st Century as well as other grants, but I'm here to assist you in any way that I can. I'm preparing for this presentation right now, and we're going to have a fun day today. So let's get ready.
Thank you. We have a great staff and we're here to serve you. Also, we have people out in the field. They're called TAs. Let me see. Joe, are you on today? All right. What about Kim? I know they also work in another capacity in their part-time positions with the state, so they're probably doing those things today. And then let's talk about Joe and Kim are in the field and you will be assigned to them. Rebecca will go over that a little bit later with you. We have also technical assistants, our TAs, who help us remotely. They might review your field trip forms for us and collaborate with us to make sure they're correct and whatever else we need them to do to help us stay on top of what you're submitting. And that's Nicey and Novelette, and they do an excellent job. Then we have a contract that we're very excited with the Truman Pierce Institute. Dr. Jason Bryant is the director. And of course, you know, Erica, she's not here today. She's on a family vacation, so we're excited for her to be able to do that. You'll see a lot and hear a lot from Erica on our behalf. Also, we have Linda. Linda Dean, were you able to get on and introduce yourself?
I will be there, y'all. So just hang in there.
Okay. So Linda Williams, how about you? Introduce yourself and tell a little bit about what you do with us together to serve the grantees.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. I am Linda Williams,
work with Truman Pierce. I work with Easy Report, as well as with the site coordinators and the external evaluators with the evaluation plans, final reports, and the mid-year report. So if you need my help, as well as Linda Dean, she also works with uploading information into Easy Report. We're here, we're available. So give us a call.
Awesome. They do a great job, and we love working with them and working with y'all through them. Also, we have Troy University, and we just wanted to let you know about this. They are our state external evaluator. So there will be a couple times during the year you'll receive an email or even a site visit from Troy University, and they're evaluating us. So they're going to ask questions about how we do our job and how we ask for documentation and things like that. But I wanted to let you know they are part of our bigger team. They just don't service you guys. They service us as far as it's evaluating our program. All right. So at this time, our professional development leader, Alicia, will get us started.
All right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started today. Welcome to the Cohort 17. We're going to be talking about guided planning through the implementation of the RFA. And our purpose today is to make sure that you're successfully implementing the 21st Century Grant to ensure compliance. I want to make sure that we have the necessary tools. So if we go to the next slide, you will see some links here. That's okay. You'll see some different tools that we want to make sure that you all are able to use for us to do the next activity. One of them will be your RFA for one of your sites. Many of you have many different more than one site that you may have been awarded, even if you are a cohort 16. And what we're wanting to do is to make sure that you get a clear understanding of your RFA. We also want to make sure that you understand the compliance monitoring document. We also want to make sure that you understand what the 23-24 grant guidance from the state looks like, which has additional information that is not going to be in your RFA. So having those different tools as a guidance today, we're going to use those in order to do an activity in just a second. You're also going to need your phone for a camera at the very end, because we want to know what you think. How was the presentation? Did we meet your needs, or is there anything else that you feel that is necessary for you to be successful, and how to move forward? So if you look at the screen, there's two documents here. This is coming from our standpoint of view. When you're hearing the word reference components, it's going to be coming from the 23-24 grant guidance. That's the RFA. Excuse me. That is when your application was used to help to create your site's application and to get approval. And then when we're talking about standards, the standards is coming from the compliance monitoring checklist. The two go together to being compliant. Understand that once you have been awarded funds, it was based off of whoever wrote the grant and made the determination that everything that was in your RFA met the requirements of the state's request for the application to be approved. So what's one thing we cannot change, and we'll talk a little bit about, and then we'll talk about how that same information is in your compliance monitoring. So let's look at our agenda for today. The first thing we're going to look at is the RFA, the Cohort 17, and then we're going to look at the ALSD's 23-24 grant guidance, and then we're going to look at compliance monitoring. I wanted us to be specific about what we're going to look at today. We're not going to look at everything, but everything should connect as to what we're going to discuss. We're going to talk about academics, safety, personnel, visitations, professional development, partners, and vendors. And then we're going to take a lunch break from 11:30 to 12:45. And we're asking for everyone to please make sure that you stay within that guideline, because we will have you to come back in and to sign back in during that time to balance out from the morning and in the afternoon. And then we're going to talk about some amazing practices and tips. We're going to hear from the Care Center and Tuscaloosa City School System. And then we want to also let you know who your assigned TAs are and the feedback from today's training. So like I said earlier, we're going to move forward, Rebecca. Like I said earlier, we are talking specifically about these particular areas. When it comes to standards, that's going to be addressing your monitoring document. And when we come to components, that is talking about what is in the 2324 grant guidance from the ALSDE. And so that's going to be academic, safety, and personnel. Next. So before we even dive right into it, I just want to make sure that everyone sees this. And some of the things that we're going to be addressing, those of you who've been in this with the 21st century, you're part of family, you've been doing this for a while, and we thank you for your presence. But there are some things that we've learned as we have been building relationships and talking with grantees to make sure that you understand when you have your request for application, the RFA, you're here as reference, that is how you got your funds. It is almost like your Bible, like cannot change it. That's it. And we want to caution you all about this, making sure that you must go through us if you feel that there are some changes that were placed in your RFA and you're not able to meet them. Changes cannot be made without permission. And there's a proper documentation that we have in place to be able to make sure that if you do need to make those changes, that that's in place so that when we are audited or when you're audited or a visit is made and we come out, then we have the documentation to support those changes. And then remember, the RFA was approved, and that's how you got your funds. So your funds, even though you may have requested or budgeted a certain amount inside of the RFA, you were awarded the amount that you were given based on what was placed in the RFA. So we have to be very cautious about when we're going to change it. It's not that it can't be changed, but there has to be communication with us on this level to make that determination. So, you may have some changes that we know turnover may happen. You may not be able to fill a position that has to be filled, such as a program director or a site coordinator, or if some inventory was lost or of that sort, or if you had a program closure due to whether or not it was school closures at the LEA level, or whatever case may be, there's different things, or if you're unable, to implement an activity. So those are some things that you want to make sure that you talk to us first before you make the changes so that you don't get cited or tagged so that the funding can be changed based off of that. Okay, next slide. All right, so this next activity is a scavenger hunt. We're going to dig into our RFA that is for one of your for your sites. You're also going to look at the ALSDE's 2324 grant guidance, and then we're going to call on different ones to share out. Now, before we dig, we're going to assign personnel or people to look. So I'm going to ask Rebecca to put the links to the scavenger hunt as well as to the grant guidance into the chat. If not, I can do that. You just let me know if that's the case, Rebecca. But while she's doing that, there are parts of it inside of the scavenger hunt. Like for instance, each component is broken out that we're going to look at specifically within our RFA. And let's see if we can get her to bring up the scavenger hunt document once she gets it in the link. in the chat box, excuse me. Okay, so let me pull it up. And trust me, I practiced this and to make sure that we could get everything open. But of course, as you know, things do happen. And I'm going to share my screen in just a second.
And while Alicia is pulling that up, if in the chat box, when you logged in and put your information in, if you only put in your first name or just your last name, make sure that you include all of your information, to include your first, last name, your position, your site in the chat box.
Okay, so Rebecca, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and then I'm going to go through this, and while I'm going through it, I'm going to then put it inside of the chat. Well, maybe I need to do that now, the link. But as you can see, component 5, we want to make sure we're going to assign different ones each area. Everyone will work on everything for 20 minutes, but once you get your assigned area, you will focus on that first and then go back and then address the areas. So like this is component 6, which deals with nutrition and health. And then component 10 is dealing with transportation. This is going to be coming from pages 23 and 24 of the LSD grant guidance. And then component 11, which is coming from the same area, and the pages are there to be able to do those areas and so forth. So I'm about to put it into the chat box so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about. And then you will have access to this information as well. So let's see here. I'm just gonna. So, Rebecca,
Yes.
for some reason, it's not let me share it, the link.
Okay. Let me see if I can copy it. No. Mm-mm. Nope. I'm
Just a reminder while they're working on that, make sure you have your grant guidance, which is actually the RFA that you use to write your grant, and your official application printed off so you'll be able to find the things in the scavenger hunt. Just make sure you have both. All right, while they're working on that, technical difficulties, I'm going to go over my part and let you know who I've selected to share out when we get there. It would be component 10, which is transportation. You'll see it in a minute when they get this glitch fixed. I have number 1 is Sarah R. She will share. Number 2 is Jessica B. Number 3 is Jennifer F. Number 4 is Heidi Kemp. Number 5 is Miss Knight. And number 6 is Pat M. Then with component 11, Eva, I'm gonna have you 1 through 4. Jana, I have you 5 through 9. Alexis, I have you 10, 11, and 12. And Jessica H, I have you 13 and 14. Then with component 12, Molly from the Care Center, I have you 1 through 5. Lori, I have you 6 through 8. And Gina W, I have you 9 and 10. And just to let you know on my list who is going to share with us their answers that they find.
Okay, so for whatever reason, it's not giving you all access. I don't know why it's not doing that, so we're just going to do it this way. I'm going to share with, how about if I just share it, the document, and then um, just have each person look at the screen. So what I mean by that is, I don't know, we may just have to skip it all the way around, but we really needed to be able to go in here and look at it. If everybody already has their RFA, Annette, do you mind? And I don't know, I kind of heard you talking. If we look at the first page, Rebecca, if you don't mind assigning an individual for the math objective and then somebody for the reading. And I'm going to try to pull it back up from my screen because I just dropped out of that. And then we can see if we can do it that way. I cannot believe this.
Yeah, that works. In worst case scenario, we'll just pull it up where we can all see it on the screen and then email it out when we get the glitch fixed.
Yeah.
Okay, if you would just listen up just for a moment, I'm going to go on and call out your name and tell you which one that you will be working on. So when she does pull the document up and you see the sections that we're speaking of, you'll understand exactly what we're talking about. So for component number 5 is what I have actually. For component number 5, I need Sharon Naylor, math objective. Sharon Naylor, math objective. Reading objective, this is all component number 5, challenging state academic standards. For the reading objective, I have Jessica Bird. For the STEM objective, I have Sheila Easton. For the enrichment objective, I have Alex Forsyth. And for the attendance objective, I have Jennifer Fagan.
Okay, can you all see it?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll now go to, those individuals know that they're going to share out. One person should be doing math, one should be doing reading. I'm sorry. And Rebecca, is that what you did? I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay, good. All right.
I did. Now hold it right there just for a moment. Go back to component 5. So on this page, if we go back again, the one that's highlighted at the top, it says math objective. Again, that's Sharon Naylor. The reading objective is Jessica Bird. The STEM objective is Sheila Easton. The enrichment objective is Alex Forsyth. And the attendance objective is Jennifer Fagan.
Okay. All righty. So we're going to move to the next page so that these individuals will know. For component 6 is nutrition and health, which is a requirement for the grant. And Rebecca's going to assign those.
Okay, for the nutrition and health, I have Latricia Robinson. For drug and violent prevention activity, I have Loretta Kaiser. For counseling program activities, I have Stephanie Gregory. And then for the drug violence prevention activity, Shannon Bogart. And for the physical fitness and wellness activity, Honey Folk.
And then Alicia, I covered already 10 and 11 and 12. Who was assigned those?
Okay, hold on just a minute. Okay. So you signed your numbers already. Do you mind saying it again, Annette? I'm sorry. For component 10 for transportation, you will need your the ALSDE 23-24 grant guidance for that particular one. And go ahead. That will not be in your RFA. That will be in the ALSDE's grant guidance.
Okay, we'll go back over these. Number 1 is Sarah R. 2 is Jessica B. 3 is Jennifer F. 4 is Heidi. 5 is Miss Knight. 6 is Pat M. Moving on down to component 11, where you'll need the grant guidance and your RFA. Eva, you have 1 through 4. Jana, you have 5 through 9. Alexis, 10, 11, and 12. And Jessica H, 13 and 14. Then moving on down to component 12, we have Molly, 1 through 5. Lori, 6, 7, and 8. And Gina W, 9 and 10. Thank you.
You did component 11 as well, Annette. I'm sorry.
Yes, I did.
Annette, Maria said that she's with Troy and she does not have the grant guidance or the RFA, so you need to reassign that one.
Okay, Marla, will you take Maria's, please? I don't see where I had her assigned, but we will have Marla take it when it comes to it, or I will cover it. Thanks.
And I'm putting in if you don't have the RFA, here's the link to the RFA. And that's with the state guidance. Are we ready to move to component 12?
Yes, I'm finished.
Oh, you did components. Oh, you did 12 already? Okay, I'm sorry. Have we done component 13?
No, I did not do 13.
Okay, go ahead. And the rest of these are coming from the RFA for the state from that link that I just put in. That should work.
Okay, for 13, I have Lindsay taking 1 and 2.
All righty, and component 15, Rebecca.
Mhm. Okay. I'm looking. I think I'm going to do Amy, Rachel. If you've already been assigned something, please let me know in the chat box, as I'm just looking to see who else. Kimberly Johnson will do number 2. And Tiffany Henry, number 3. Okay, so again, that's Amy Rachel for number 1, Kimberly Johnson for number 2, and Tiffany Henry for number 3.
Alrighty, so what we're going to do is give the first section of people like 5 minutes, because you only have to do your section that's been assigned to you if you already know who you are. And then we'll just go from page to page. Hopefully that makes sense.
Annette, did you assign Kelly Jo Wilson anything?
No, I did not.
Okay. And I'll put mine.
till 9:40. Who's our first person? Rebecca.
Latricia.
Okay, so Latricia, you'll be ready at
Oh,
9:40.
I'm sorry. No, she's not.
Oh,
Sharon Naylor is. Sharon Naylor.
Sharon Naylor.
Yes.
So
For
Sharon, if you're good within and at 9:40, if you're not, if you need more time, just let us know. Just put it in the chat box for us. I apologize you all for the glitch. I don't know what's going on. We'll figure it out on a break. Jana, do you know which component you were assigned? Jana Edwin, which component was she assigned?
I'm putting mine
Jane,
in the chat boxes
do you
so
know
they
what
can see it.
component 11, numbers 5 through 9?
Okay. 5. And when we get to the RFA, I will put it up with the but just know these are your questions. And I put the link inside the chat box for dealing with components 10, which is dealing with transportation, is coming from the ALSDE 2324's grant guidance. Component 11, which is coming from the grant guidance and your RFA for numbers 1 and 2. And then for component 12, it's coming from the LSD grant guidance, 13 and 15. So that's coming from the LSDE's grant guidance, and that was placed in the chat box. But as far as components 5 and 6, this is coming directly from your RFA that you have been awarded. And Rebecca is putting her people's, she has re-put her people's names just in case people are not sure who, which part they were assigned.
You're muted.
Okay, it's 9:40 and the person that was assigned the math objective, are you ready to share out? Who was
That
assigned?
was Sharon Naylor.
Okay.
Yes, this is Sharon Naylor. Did you guys see my questions in the chat box?
No, ma'am. Do you mind sharing with us so we can maybe assist?
I don't. Am I sharing like the objective, the goal and the objective and the activities that we have in our proposal?
Yes, ma'am. And your time
Okay.
frame. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that's what I was a little confused about. I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure. Our goal was to provide academic enrichment to meet challenging state academic standards. Our measurable objective for
Oh, I'm
mathematics.
sorry to interrupt. It's going to be dealing with, is that with your, is it STEM, is with your math?
It's the math.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Okay, our objective is that 50% of our regular students, the 30-day or 90-hour students in grades 1 through 6, will demonstrate an increase in academic growth in mathematics by May of each school year, as measured by the state benchmark assessments.
Great. And your
And
okay, go ahead. Mhm.
the activities or strategies is to provide one-on-one tutoring, and we'll report that with easy reports, their activity schedule. We'll have
Okay.
a designated time for homework help, computer access, and library access, also reported with the easy reports. We will provide small group reading and math intervention using academic improvement or remediation programs. They'll specifically target students whose academic performance has been deemed in need of improvement. And given that the student is not performing at grade level, is failing, or is otherwise performing below average. And we'll use each program scope and sequence. So that would be provided daily.
Okay,
And we'll
great.
also utilize MSTI resources, evidence-based materials, and any connected software programs to provide differentiated practice on grade level standards daily.
Okay, great. So do you all have a summer program? Are you going to use this the same process with in your summer program?
I'll be honest, we this is my first go round with this. We are kind
Okay.
of, flying by the seat of our pants. Uh, we plan to do we looked at doing a short summer program. We don't know if we're even going to have participants, like we haven't advertised yet because we really don't know what to do yet.
Okay.
So
So
that would
did your
depend
so
on the enrollment, the numbers and the need.
well so you should be in your grant letting you know that you've applied for a summer program, because if you did, then you have to implement it, and we'll guide you through that process. But if it's in your RFA, then it's expected to implement it through the summer as well.
We did, and I'm looking to make sure, I believe we did put in a possible 4-week program.
Okay.
So that should be there, but I'm just flipping through and I can't put my finger on exactly where that is.
Okay. All right. So your summer program should be within component, I want to say 9. No, I'm sorry, that's student safety. Um,
Let's see, summer program. Here's something we did put in, a possible summer program schedule, Monday through Wednesday. We had a schedule listed, and it does look like it is for a 4-week summer program.
Okay, good. And the reason why we just wanted to make sure everyone is aware is because that was a priority point. You could get extra points if you decided to offer a summer program. And so that's one of the things we just want to make sure our grantees, especially our new ones, understand that if it's in your grant, then it is supposed to be implemented, but we will have face-to-face training on getting those who are brand new to understanding and getting prepared for their summer programs. Thank you so much for jumping out there for us.
You're welcome.
All
Sorry,
right.
I'm kind of disorganized today.
No, same here. I'm a little thrown off because my document didn't work, but hey, life does go on. Okay. Who's assigned for our reading objective?
That's Jessica Bird.
Okay. And summer component, the component for summer programming, you all, if you look in your RFA, it's going to be up under component 20. Component 20. It lets you know whether or not you have a summer program, if it was written, your grant was written from one, and if so, it has to be implemented. Okay. So
Good
can you,
morning.
okay.
Can you
Good
hear me?
morning. Yes.
Okay, so our reading goal is, I'm trying to get on paper straight. Okay, so our reading goal is to increase the percentage of students who meet or exceed state academic standards in reading by 15% by the end of the program year, as measured by state standardized assessments. No, that was our objective. I'm sorry. Our goal was to provide academic enrichment and differentiated remediation to meet challenging state academic standards. And then our timeline for that was our activity was to provide differentiated tutoring from 3:30 p.m. till 4:10 p.m. Monday through Friday. And then for our summer program, we have got it says our academic focus for, it doesn't have it split into reading and math. It's just like that. It's both of them together. So I'm trying to pull out the reading parts for you guys. We are doing a 228-hour program, a 6-week program over the summer, Monday through Thursday from 7:30 to 5. And it's going to have academic interventions and enrichment offered during those times.
Okay. Thank you. So if you all are, those who are new or who are not familiar with the process, what you're hearing the different individuals speak on are things that the grantees put in there, but these were non-negotiables. You had to speak to an objective, a goal, what type of activities, and then you had to give a time frame. And if it's during the summer, then you have to express how you're going to implement it during the summer. All righty, so who is handling our STEM objective or
That
our
would
STEM
be
area?
Sheila Easton.
Okay. Guess she needs to be unmuted.
Good morning.
Okay, there she is. Okay, good morning.
Okay, our objective for STEM was 80% of our regular participants report a greater understanding and interest in STEM as measured by student surveys. Strategy is STEM enrichment, STEM pool trips. Okay, and you need my activities. Okay, for my activities. All right, so for my activities, we will use DIY STEM, 45 minutes year round. We will do Robotech twice monthly year round, building blocks twice monthly year round as well, and during the summer.
And during the summer, great. Okay. All righty. So as you can hear that what they're going to be doing. You had a choice. You can see the time frame is here. You could do it daily, monthly, weekly, and if you have a summer program, then you have to apply it during the summer as well. So thank you very much.
Ma'am, thank you.
Enrichment objective.
That's Alex Forsyth.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
This is my first time doing this, so I think that I did it correctly.
That's okay.
So our goal was to ensure that 60% of students will make a B or higher in math and ELA by the spring, and for our enrichment goal. And we do that by providing research-based activities to help students excel in math, STEM, and reading. And the activities that we use to do that are one-on-one remediation, educational activities and games, such as Vex Robotics, sight word games, and that sort of thing. And we do it daily from 4:15 to 5:30.
Okay, good. Do you all have a summer program?
Yes, ma'am, we do. And our time frame would be a little bit different, but we would be hitting enrichment every day.
Okay, good. So I heard remediation, but I hear you are extending it through some of your activities. I think robotics. Did I hear you to say that?
Yes, ma'am. We also have coding.
Coding. Okay, great. Okay. So that's part of your, which is aligned with STEM, but it sounds like you all are aligning the enrichment um, through that process as well. Okay. Attendance objective.
That's Jennifer Fagan.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good
Okay.
morning.
So our attendance goal of the participants attending the Project Lion CCLC 30 days or more, 70% will have one fewer absence from the regular school day per semester. Attendance data will be compared from year to year to track improved school attendance. In the event that the students' attendance records indicate an increase in absences, a referral to the school counselor will be submitted. Parent-teacher conferences will be scheduled as needed. And our program will operate Monday through Friday during the school year from 3:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. and during the summer session, Monday through Thursday from 8 to 5:30 p.m.
Okay. So your activity would be then is you're getting your counselor involved for those who may be struggling with attendance in you all's program or at school as well. Is
Yes.
that what I'm hearing you to say? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So let's move to component 6. And these are all the components that were required with the grant. This one is dealing with nutrition and health. And so the areas that are highlighted, these were specific activities that are to be addressed. Nutrition and health, education, drug and violence prevention, counseling program, drug and violence prevention, physical fitness, and wellness activities. So there's different components within nutrition and health. It's just not physical fitness, but there are different components within it. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about how that looks when it comes to compliance monitoring, everything that we're talking about. So who is our person that's addressing nutrition and health education activity in their RFA?
That would be me.
Latricia Robinson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So in our RFA, of course, we talked with nutrition and health and our components. We partner, of course, with our child nutrition program in the afternoon to work on or for our 4-star daily meal plan where the kids are focusing on selection, distribution, preparation, and the cleanup process. And then we work with the health and physical wellness of students, and that's supported by us doing or them doing physical fitness daily. And those activities that they work on are a combination of either individual sports or team sports. And so we provide a variety of activities there. We focus on whole health, and we have we address the physical, behavioral, spiritual, and social well-being of students. So we work with, we're working on the USDA's BAM or Body and Mind, and that's going to be monthly throughout the year. And that provides a blueprint for students to learn healthy life choices through STEM lessons and health literacy. So they have online lessons and resources. Our school also uses EverFi, and we use EverFi in the classrooms for different subject areas, content areas. But EverFi also has online modules for health and wellness. And we also think or believe actually that with mental wellness, and I think I might be going too far down into it, but go with me. We talk about using music, and that's one thing we incorporate with mental health. I know sometimes I can get me a good song or a good playlist, and it helps me kind of focus and calm down a little bit. So we have a fantastic marching band here at our high school, and so we have some of our high school students come in and help our kids with music. So, and then as far as with drug and alcohol awareness, I think that's Miss Loretta coming up behind me, but we partner with COSA. So I was just kind of skipping around my component 6.
Okay, but I heard just what we needed to hear. And thank you so much on nutrition and health education activity. Our next person is going to address what's in their RFA when it comes to the drug and violence prevention.
Okay, and that will be me. I'm Loretta Kaiser. And like Latricia said, we use most of the same companies. With COSA, I have COSA coming in to help with the drug and violence. These people come in once a month, every other week with my group. And then every other week, like we find out who needs like one-on-one therapy, and then we work with those in that group through counseling. Let's see what I got on my note. So weekly, we'll also be doing the character trait to help promote positive behavior in our group. Monthly, we have a speaker from COSA to address drugs, violence. We also have a parent newsletter that we give out to the kids every month, encouraging them to remove themselves from negative behaviors. We also have, at the end of each semester, we'll have a meeting with the parents and the students, and we'll do activities that deal with, from the Too Good for Drugs that deals with the drug-free violence and program. We also have music in our group. We don't have a large band like Eclectic, but we have music in our group. And so the music director helped the kids resolve some of their behavior by learning different activities with different instruments. Sometimes it's just bailing hands and feet. I mean, it's a unique characteristic, but the kids get involved in it. So each semester we'll have a meeting with the parents. Each week we'll have the weekly traits, and each month we'll have a speaker from COSA to come out and deal with them. And also we have the extension program that does a little bit with drug-free also.
Thank you. Counseling program activity.
Put them out freezer like that.
Okay, counseling,
Not
we
seven
have
hours?
Stephanie Gregory.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We tied our counseling to character education, and these are classes that are provided to the students weekly for one semester. The students complete hands-on activities, craft skits, and learn building character. They also discuss and complete activities dealing with the 6 pillars of character, which are trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. We also have partnered with our mental health institution here in Butler County, and they come in once a month to talk to our students in the afternoon. And we're also partnering with them during the summer, and they come in once a week. And our summer program is 4 weeks, and it goes from 7:30 to 5 o'clock. And our evening program is from 2:30 to 5.
Okay. Thank you. All righty. Our next component would be drug and violence prevention activity.
And that's Shannon Bogart.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, we have that, we're a middle school, and so we said that our middle school will have a success team that's teachers, parents, administrators, and counselors. And the adult advocates will work with the students to identify foundational wellness issues in which the students need additional support. We're going to provide cohorts with differentiated sessions that empower students to focus on self-awareness, social awareness, relationship skills, decision-making, and self-management. These sessions are provided by our community partners of the Pelham Police Department, our current mental health providers, college and career counselors, and local school counselors. We're providing these foundational wellnesses to students at least once a month. And then we also have our partner Compact that's providing sessions on the dangers of vapes and controlled substances, online safety, phone safety, physical fitness as an outlet for mental wellness, and supporting the emotional well-being through proper nutrition. And then in the summer, our Compact program is providing something called Camp Journey for rising sixth graders. And we also have Compact providing all of these sessions in Spanish as well, since we have a very high Hispanic population.
Very good. I heard a lot of the community from all of you all being involved, as well as LEAs, and how you are going to also keep this going through the summer. So thank you very much for sharing. And our last part of our component 6 is physical fitness and wellness activity.
And that's Honey Folk.
Well, hi there.
Hi.
Okay, so this is my first time. Bear with me.
You're okay.
So we will be addressing physical fitness and wellness activities. The time frame, so we are doing both school and summer programs. The time frame, or what we will be accomplishing is, or how we will be doing it, is through a triple play. So it's a initiative designed to improve the overall health of participants by increasing their daily physical activity, teaching good nutrition, and helping them to develop a healthy relationship with themselves and others. The program includes components, 20 minutes a day through indoor and outdoor activities, team sports, walking, yoga, line dancing. These are some of the activities that we're planning. So both triple play as well as healthy habits. Healthy habits, teaching the benefits of developing good wellness, such as habits, making wise eating choices, understanding portion size, learning how to create tasty and balanced meals. And the activities remain the same. It's just over the course of the summer, the time frame changes because the day expands. So we offer more movement throughout the day.
Okay, good. Good. You did good. So
Oh, thank you.
all of you all did very well, especially if you were new, because that was the whole purpose. I think sometimes we get in the act of just managing and not knowing, not having the time because things are moving. And we just wanted to just pause a little bit to make sure everybody understood exactly what is expected of them in their grant. So the next component deals with transportation, and this is within component 10, and it is also within your RFA that's from the state. So our next person, I think Annette was over this part.
Right. So
Okay.
Sarah, you're up. What is the answer to number 1?
Okay.
Rebecca, are you able to unmute her?
Is it Sarah Richardson?
She's down towards the bottom.
Good morning. On page 23 of the guidance, it states that you can use up to 25% of the grant to be used for transportation.
Very
Excellent.
good.
That is correct. All right, Jessica B. The answer to number 2.
You said Jessica who? Is it Jessica Bird?
It takes us just a moment to
Hello,
unmute
can you hear
y'all.
me
Hey,
now?
Okay,
yeah,
there. Okay.
Okay, so according to the grant guidance, that 25% must include driver's salaries, benefits, fuel expenses, and other related expenses.
excellent. So does that mean you could put an administrator's hours in that?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, Jennifer F. What about the usage of vans?
Okay.
Okay. Page 24, first bullet, the use of vans to transport students is strictly prohibited unless prior approval by the ALSDE or the local LEA has been obtained. Such approval would signify the vehicles has passed the ALSD Public Transportation Sections Inspections Process, Section 16-27-1 of the Code of Alabama.
Very, very, very good. I always just say no, 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 unless it's already approved and insured and all those things, but you'll have to provide that documentation. That's to protect you and the children. All right, bus safety drills, Miss Knight. I know she knows
What
the
about
answer to this.
Number four, Annette.
Oh, number 4, Heidi. Transportation.
morning.
Yeah.
Number 4 has to do with the transportation of children under 5. And if you look in the grant guidance, it just says that ALSDE abides by the guidelines set by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. And there's a link that takes you to their site. And on there, you have to kind of search for it. But there's guidance on using child safety restraint systems for children that are 4 and under. In our program, we choose not to transport our pre-K and kindergarten students. They don't come to the after-school program, but they do attend in the summer. And so like when our other kids go to the YMCA and such in the summer, we don't send those kids. We have people from the YMCA that come over, and then like our public library is across the street. So those children can walk over so that they have some opportunities to do special activities too. But we do transport children in our regular school program that are in our pre-K program. Occasionally they'll take field trips, and we do have child restraint systems for them, but it's kind of a lot to do. And in that guidance, when you follow the link, it talks about all the different requirements and just making sure that you have, you know, all the parts that you need on the bus. So it's kind of a big deal. So I guess the main thing is just if you transport those children under 5, you have to have the child restraint, but you need to know exactly how to do it safely.
Correct. Yes, you need training, and you also probably need some parent permission there, for sure. All right, number 5, bus safety drills. Miss Knight, I know you know this. Sadia?
Yes, I'm here. I just had to wait to be unmuted. Page 24. If using a bus safety drills must be scheduled and implemented once per semester and prior to the first summer field trip.
Correct. Correct. And then we finish with number 6, and that is Pat M.
I need Pat Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all of our kids will be transported by a city bus from the school to the center on a bus that's provided just for them during inclement weather. They will walk on weather permitting days, being that the center sits directly by the school. And all of our drivers have been given a designated time to leave the school and arrive at the center. Even for field trips, and they will be transported using the public school system buses.
Correct. So if your program ends at 5 o'clock, what time are you allowed to start transporting students?
The students will be immediately dismissed from their classes to go to the bus lines where the teachers will be there to make sure that they get on the correct bus and all the members are present that will be attending the club. It takes approximately 5 to 10 minutes to leave the school and get to our center.
Gotcha. Just a reminder that she is correct. So if your program ends at 5 o'clock, they shouldn't be on the bus before 5 o'clock or leaving your site. All right, we're moving to component 11, and Marla is going to be up first with questions 1 through 4.
Morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I am working with Ms. Bogert for Pelham Park Middle School's 21st Century Community Learning. In our program, the tutoring and homework help will run from 3:15 to 5:15 on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And we started October 3rd, and it will run until May 17th, 2024. We're also going to have a literacy CTE STEM summer program with an ESL summer program. They're going to work in coordination from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Monday through Friday, and we'll do that either during the month of June or during the month of July, just depending on planning and other summer programs that are happening. But based on the guidance from the state, it says that a total number of weeks and hours the program will be in operation throughout the year. ALSDE mandates 36 weeks per year, but gives allowance on the first year of operation based on your school district's funding. But new grantees, which we're in our first year, we should start our program in operation on October 1st, 2023.
Excellent. All right, Jana, you're up, and you're 5 through 9.
Did we get number 4 answered?
Yes, she answered that. 36.
No, number 4. After year 1 of the grant, operation of the grant begins the first day of school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if you can unmute Candy Witt. So Jana can answer 5 through 9.
Who's the person? I'm sorry.
Candy Witt.
There's not a Candy coming up.
There's a C Witt. Let me find. What the?
C-Wit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, we have to go by exactly how their name is. Okay, there we go.
Morning, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I had 5 through 9, so this is my first year too, so excuse me if I'm addressing this incorrectly. But number 5, the timeline running October 1st October 1st of 23 to September 30th, 24 is what it states in the handbook. Our program runs summer and throughout the academic year. So we have a total of 549 and a half hours total time for us. Our dates for our after school are August until May, and then we run in the summer through June. We do 5 days a week. We do the 10 contact hours with students. So our program begins at 3 and runs until 5:30. We have, what's my next one? Which one have I not addressed?
The middle school and high school hours?
We are K through 6 here. The middle school and high school hours are the same. Is that correct? No, I'm sorry. I wrote my answers down.
It's
3 to 5 days a week, 6 contact hours for middle school.
And do we know why those are a little bit different? Did anybody want to chime in on that? It's a little bit of a challenge at the middle and high school with their other extracurricular.
I was just about to say, I believe it would have to be because of the extracurricular activities and sports that they're involved in.
Right, right. Thank you very much. You did good.
Thank you.
All right, Alexis, 10 through 12.
Alexis' last name is Lakes.
Okay, for number 10, the administrative hours to work the program, those are 5 hours per day. For 11, all other employee work hours will be, well, for program teachers, it'll be 3 hours per day. And for the summer programs, it'll be 6 hours. And number 12, we decided that you must first obtain permission if you want to do anything before working the hours, and such as like training outside of the program operation times.
Correct. You need approval for that. And I know you went through your hours. I just want to encourage everybody to make sure you see the grant guidance on your administrative hours and your employees' hours, what you can claim as far as 21st century. And the other thing I want to mention here is what we call double dipping. If you're a teacher, you can't be on your prep period and charging those hours to 21st century. So, or administrator or whatever it may be. So just make sure that you pay attention to when you're on whose pay scale and whose pay clock. All right, Jessica H. We have 13 and 14. Let me find your last name.
Is it Hamilton, I think?
That's probably it. Yeah, I was looking.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Number 13, can students be required to attend extended day programs? They cannot be required to do so. What is the outcome if not met on your attendance requirement? If you do not meet your attendance requirement as stated in your RFA, you could possibly have a reduction in funds if that occurs.
Correct. And what I want to encourage people, if you see your attendance is starting to go up and down, look at your staff, look at your what may be causing that. Is it a certain time of year, like we talked about sports or something, and then get in touch with your TA and Linda and Erica and say, okay, what solutions do you have here? And then if you don't have a solution, that's when you would get in touch with our office and we would look to see how we can change your attendance around, what we're going to do funding wise. But you have to maintain what you put in your RFA. Thank you, everybody. Great job. So now we're moving to component 12, talking about staff. Molly with the Care Center, Molly M.
All right, so the minimum number of hours for training would be 10 hours for every 21st century staff.
Very good.
The number and type of leadership representative would be one representative per site. So that would be, your program director, site director, or lead teachers. Number 3. Oh, I kind of said that one. Leadership representatives required to attend which trainings? The ALSDE 21st century trainings and ACEA are required. The percentage cap for budgets are 5% for professional development, and additional national after-school conferences boost, which is best out of school time, and NAA, National After School Alliance.
Correct. And the USDOE has one. We have quite a few and they're on our website, but we strongly encourage you to attend those national conferences to get some new perspective and network and meet some people. Thank you, Molly. All right, Lori Stark, you have 6, 7, and 8. Do we see Lori? Trisha Cox, could you jump in there? I bet you know these right off the cuff. Okay. Just need to mark down that they're not on.
I see that they're on.
There
They
you
just-
go. 6, 7, and 8, Tricia. We're in component 12.
She just needs to unmute herself. Oh, there she goes. All right.
Component 12, 6. From this list, which required administrative position is not listed. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am.
I have to look back at the thing.
So we have a program director, a bookkeeper, a data entry. Who else might be rhymes with night?
The site director.
There you go. Yeah.
A coordinator. Yeah.
Yeah. Director or coordinator. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're identifying the position.
The high school students cannot be left alone with students, and they're not in our ratio anymore, which is a change in the grant from the past. You must have an adult over the age of 21 if you're individually with the students.
Right. And you have a student aid for number 7, but you are correct. We did have that adjustment in this RFA. They're not in your ratios anymore. All right, Gina W.
Oh, and also Annette for number 8. Not only do they have to be 21 to be left alone with a student, but they also have to have a background check on file with the grantee.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Good morning, Miss Annette.
Good morning.
This is Lori. I thought I had 6, 7, and 8, but I couldn't unmute.
Oh, okay.
Lori.
Well, Trish jumped in there like boom right off for you. So you owe Trish a big favor. Thank you, Trish. All right. So now we're on 9
Well, thank
and
you,
10.
Trish.
Now we're on 9 and 10 with Gina.
Number 9, salary ranges should be proportional to the surrounding community. And number 10, what is the student teacher ratio? That ratio is 12:1.
Correct. And that's very, very important to maintain that ratio. And then pay attention to the salaries they're paying around. If they're paying $25 an hour for tutoring, you can't pay $75. So you have to be in line with everybody around. All right, moving to component 13, Lindsay Blevins. Is she on? I see Tuscaloosa City.
I don't see her name.
Tuscaloosa City is on.
Okay, I'm gonna see if that's it. It's Tuscaloosa City. They're unmuted.
Ingrid, are y'all there? Is anybody there? Okay, let's see who else might know. I bet Brooke Cunningham knows the answer to these two real quick.
Cohort County?
Yeah, she's on Brooke. There she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, putting you on the spot, but I feel confident you know the answers.
Are we on number 1 and 2 right there?
Yes, of component 13.
Let's see. We have to have at least 2 staff members with CPR, correct?
So it will be, you have to maintain 1 staff member on site with, but you're right for the last one, 2 staff members, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
And then the admin cap is 30%. It changed to 30 from 20.
Yes.
Okay.
And something combined, 2 words.
And the
It goes
Some-
with admin.
Sometimes when people speak, they don't speak directly, they speak.
Indirect costs. Indirect costs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay. Good job. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate y'all jumping in there. All right, Rebecca, component 15.
I can't even say the question.
Okay, so the first person that I have for number 1 is Amy Rachel.
Is it Michael or I have an Amy Michael?
I saw Amy Rachel when I wrote it down, and I thought I asked her to unmute already.
No.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you, okay, yes.
I'm sorry, I have the flu. And
Oh.
y'all had called Amy Rachel, so I'm not prepared.
Okay. Well, anybody else? What do you think, Rebecca?
Let's do I Hunter.
We'll help you. We won't leave you out there. Don't.
I Hunter.
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, a partner is defined as a non-applicant entity that provides varying levels of support and/or enhancement to grant-related programming. The support may come in multiple forms, including financial contributions, in-kind contributions, volunteer participation, or the contribution of goods and services.
Very good. So that was real important, and Rebecca will talk to y'all more about the difference between.
Thank you.
That. Thank you.
Okay, number 2 is Kimberly Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay, there she goes. Kimberly, are you there? Okay. So all partners must sign a written agreement, and you can find that on form 4.
Oh.
For the. Okay, did you hear me? Was that Kimberly?
No, that's Tiffany.
Oh, okay. And our last one, Rebecca.
Is Tiffany Henry.
Okay, Tiffany.
Community partners are required and are different from joint co-applicants.
Very good. Thank you all very, very much. Y'all did such a good job, even with all of the with all of the glitch that went on. So I appreciate everybody's kindness. All righty, so we're back to the presentation. Rebecca. All righty. Uh-oh. All righty, so what we're going to do right now is take any questions. We're going to unmute everyone. And if you have any questions just over what we just talked about, if there's anything that kind of stood out to you concerning your RFA or possibly any of the information that you found in the ALSDE's grant well, we won't say it's the operations, but it's actually the grant guidance. It was the guidance to be used to be able to write the RFA, but there has some things in there that you may not be aware of because it wasn't directly related to your RFA. We did put a link in the chat for you. So I would suggest, and this is what I have in my office, I have a hard copy of the grant guidance. And if I were you, I would have a printout of all of my RFAs for every site. If I'm a program director or site coordinator, definitely have it for your site. And then you also want to keep the guidance as well for you to use as a guidance as you're looking at your program. So as things go on or questions come up, you can just go into the guidance to see if those questions can be answered by reading that document. But do we have any questions regarding the RFA or the ALSDE's grant guidance? I think they need to be unmuted. Rebecca, can you unmute them? Rebecca.
You also can type some questions in the chat box.
So let me see. Kimberly Johnson, are you asking a question?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Kimberly, did you want to ask a question? You are unmuted. I see that you are. If not, I see one from Danielle Hudson. I have a paraprofessional who was interested in working the program. However, in my grant, I wrote that all teachers would be certified. Am I able to get special permission for this para to work as a teacher? She is currently in school to become a teacher. So the wonderful thing about the 21st Century Grant is that you can have a mixture of employees. You can have certified and uncertified, not certified teachers. But if you have a para that works in your program and wants to work in there, then you can look at your budget and then you can talk to your TA, which we'll talk a little bit more about, as well as one of us, who your TA would be, and they would be able to assist you with that process of being able to have that person added in. And then we would talk about that in more details as far as it to make sure you're in alignment with your RFA, because as we spoke before, your RFA is your lead and your guide. It's primarily like your Holy Grail or your Bible or whatever, and you want to make sure you're staying in alliance. So if that's the case, you would just need to talk to one of us and we will get some more information and make sure you're still in alliance with your RFA. And if you are, then yes, you can, because that's adding on additional personnel. And if it's a need, then yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All righty, so I don't.
A quick question.
Yes.
So in our grant, we had written that we were going to have different rooms for each of our program activities. But since then, some of those rooms have been taken up by other teachers in our building. So is that something that I can change to where, we're not rotating from room to room and we're all doing what we need to do within our own room? Or is that something that I need to try to figure out how to get those people out of those rooms so that we can get into the original rooms that I wrote in the grant?
No, that is permissible to adjust. what I like to tell people to keep in mind, if it's not going to um, if it's not going to change your finances, then it's probably permissible. But of course, we want to make sure, like you're asking. So changing or maybe keep rather than them rotating outside of the classrooms, but the teachers rotating to meet the needs or whatever the case may be, then that's fine. You would just need to make sure that we're aware of those changes. But if it's not something that's going to change up your dollars being spent, then more than likely it is, you can change it.
Okay, so I just need to kind of maybe send you guys an email with the original wording from the grant and then
Right.
what the new plan is.
Yes, and then we'll give you some guidance on what to do next. So you can start with your TA, which you'll find out today who that person is, and then your TA will then answer the question for you, or they'll reach out to us, or they'll send you to us, to one of us.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Okay, so here's one from Kelly Ward. I was stated that I needed to receive permission before having teachers work outside of the program hours. I'm wanting to hold a parent book night this Thursday. I will have teachers staying to help since this is for the program, but after our regular hours, would it be considered outside of program hours? Are you servicing? Okay, they're going to work on the parent book, or are they working? Kelly, if you don't mind, just letting us know a little bit more. Are they working to write the parent handbook or something of that nature, or are they going to go through are you all going to be having parents to go over the book night? But I'm saying I will have teachers staying to help. So two things. If there's assisting with you holding an initiative for your parents to come in, then yes, they can work that because that's an extension of the program. Is still work. You're still holding, just like if you would have a parent meeting. But if you're asking your teachers to work late, to work on the book itself that's preparing to be disseminated to your parents, then you would want to make sure you allow us to know about it through your TA, meaning us, them, and then you have a document to complete to just say that what they're doing so that when reimbursement time comes for that funding, you'll be able to get it, and we have it documented as to why individuals were working late outside of the hours of the program, which you can have an hour before or an hour after. But if it extends past that time, then that will be the case of that. So I hope that answers.
So it would be like a parent meeting for parents and
Oh, it's a
families
parent.
of our students to be able to come in and
Okay.
have
Yeah,
a
you
little
can. Yeah, you
briefing.
wouldn't need to submit anything for that because that's an extension of your program. You're still providing services to the community, and they're going to be there to help with that process. Then yes, you don't need to. I'm sorry, you don't need to do any documentation to be able to pay them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And everyone should be able to unmute themselves now. So if you're having trouble, just send me a text message or a message in the chat. But you should be able to unmute yourself if you have questions.
Let's see. Are we allowed to submit all 6 hours of training today if we only submitted 5 hours per day for site directors? So I think you're asking for the training today. Yes, you can match it. If you're paying individuals to attend the training today and they're not under contract with another organization, such as being a classroom teacher, and you've been given time off to be able to attend this, if that's not your case, then yes, you can extend the hours and pay them for the whole 6 hours, although you had originally thought it was going to be 5. Any other questions? These are some good
Miss
questions, y'all.
Lisa,
Uh-huh.
what I was asking is if in our grant, we only said that we would because our directors for Boys and Girls Clubs are full-time staff. So we're only saying, we only said in our grant that we would submit 5 hours a day for 21st century. What I was asking is, since this is a 6-hour training, are we allowed to submit the 6 hours today for training, even though it goes over our 5 hours that we allotted in our grant?
So okay, so this is a CBO. So those individuals, are they already being paid? Are they being paid right now through the Boys and Girls Funding source for being at work today?
Well, I guess at some point, yet the other hours, whatever hours they're not being paid by 21st Century, then Boys and Girls Clubs is paying for.
Okay, so if they're, for instance, if they're required to be at work from 8 to 5, and that's their normal hours, and they are getting paid for boys and girls, then 21st Century funds cannot be paid to them to attend the training. However, if they're not being paid through Boys and Girls Club during the hours of the training, then the 21st Century funds can be used. What happens is you'll be double dipping using 2 funding sources while being on the clock for one job to attend this training. So that's the only difference. So if they're not being paid for working the Boys and Girls Club during the hours of the training, then yes, you can use 21st Century funds. But if they are, then you cannot.
Okay, so basically if they work 9:30 to 6:30, then we can add the other half hour. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yes. If our training was going past that time, but our
Right.
training ends at 3. But yeah, I see what you're saying. So yeah, like if they worked from 12 to 2, I'm just giving an hour, and then that day ends at 2 o'clock with boys and girls, and then our training started at 3:30, then that's when the funds for 21st Century will kick in for them and not Boys and Girls Club.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for clarifying. Anybody else?
I have a question, kind of follow up on that.
Okay.
We are a brand new site, so
Okay.
we aren't currently up and running per se. But one of the ladies that's here with me that will be our site coordinator is here doing this training. Has our money already began? Like, will we be able to submit that to pay her for this training?
So we work in reimbursements. So first of all, you have to have an approved application from us. So once your application for Cohort 17 has been finally approved from us, then you can begin spending your funds. And your funds and reimbursement, and we'll talk a little bit more with budgeting on our next training, which is covering this information. But when the funds drop, you will submit the appropriate documents that we will talk more about in the next training.
Okay.
You will submit that within the 30 days after service. So if services were done during the month of December, you would need to make sure your paperwork and everything has been submitted for reimbursement by January 30th.
Okay.
To reflect December. But we'll talk more about it in the future.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions about RFA? I know y'all are asking some really good questions, but I'm going to stay right here. Okay, so with that being said, let's move to our next slide. We're going to take a 15-minute break here. So the time is 10:40. Okay, everybody should be back, and we are now ready to go ahead and move forward. I'll give everybody like maybe 30 more seconds, and then we're going to get back on and get ready to talk about compliance monitoring, one of my favorite pieces, not because of the work, but specifically because this is telling your story. So we're going to give everybody a couple more seconds, and then we're going to get started. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with compliance monitoring, what that entails. So when we're talking about the compliance monitoring cycle, um, we have a system set up for each year for our grantees. You are cohort 17, so you're considered a new grantee, even if you have had previous grants, or even if you have a cohort 16 at this time. So for cohort 17, on year one, you can expect to receive technical assistance. You can expect to have site visits and lots of professional development, because we want to make sure that we're proactive and making sure that you feel comfortable with your grant and that you understand the expectations of the grant. And then for year two, we're going to make sure that you continue to receive technical assistance and that you continue to have site visits. But year two is the year compliance monitoring starts, and a schedule is provided to you during year two. So that will be next year after September 30th, beginning October 1st. Alrighty. And then for year three, technical assistance will continue. And then you will have site visits. And then year three will be closeouts. And closeouts go hand in hand with site visits as well. So that's what you can expect as far as for each year when it comes to compliance, the compliance monitoring cycle. So year two, we will dive deeper into compliance monitoring, but for now, we're just going to kind of touch bases on what you can expect. So setting the stage for compliance monitoring during your first year, which is right now, during the winter, which is what we're looking at and going into now, which would be details and intense training aligned with the grant and the compliance monitoring document. And then in the spring, we will release the schedule during year two to let you know when the schedule is going to be implemented as far as compliance monitoring is concerned. And then during the summer, site visits will continue, and they'll come and check on you and look at how you're doing with documenting your documents, even though you're not being monitored right now in year one. There is someone, and we will do some spot checking and a little bit of just checking the pulse to see how you are with collecting appropriate documents to show that you are in compliant with the grant. And then in the fall, you will have professional development and orientation of compliance monitoring. So those are the four stages that you'll have during year one. So remember, we were talking about the RFA and we dived into it just on the components that we were going to be looking at today. And these are all of the different parts of the compliance monitoring document. There are 6 parts. The blue stands for the standards that are within the actual compliance monitoring document. And then right next to the blue that's written, you have components. Remember, we talked about components as referencing back to your RFA. And so this is just to show you how everything is in alignment and it goes together. But this is how we know we are in compliant, when we make sure that what our RFA says and our matches what our documentation to support that the RFA is being implemented. So let's talk a little bit about understanding the compliance monitoring document. I'm going to share with you, and I also placed a link inside of the chat box that goes directly to the compliance monitoring document. And I wanted to share my screen with you that actually has the compliance monitoring document. So nope, that's not it. Hold on, let me pause to share. Or maybe I didn't open it, so let me. I can pull it up right quick. Hold. Okay.
It looks like you put it in the chat.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Can you guys see my compliance monitoring document? Can you
Yes.
see it? Okay, great. Okay. So what I wanted to everybody to understand is when you look at this document on page 1, this is strictly your informational page. This is information when you what they really should be, you should know your days of operation, your program director, knowing the difference between a grantee and a site. That's one of the things that we've had some common errors with, and we just want to make sure everybody understands. So the grantee, it is the overall person over the whole entire grant. And then the site is where the actual program is being hosted. So those two are two different things. And where it says cohort, your number would be 17. And so we just want to make sure that you understand that this information here. Also, comments that need to be made will concerning compliance monitoring is written on this page, as well as the due date for when you have to submit anything. That date will be placed on this page as well. So we just want to make sure that everybody understands the importance of the information page, but it also gives you that will be completed as on-site, either virtually or on-site, or will be completed by you. But this is information that we want to make sure that you are fully aware of. And then pages 2 through 21, where it says the gold area, those are called your standards. That's what we were talking about earlier when I had the screen up, that were Roman numeraled. So numeral number 1 is dealing with academics, and that goes all the way down to page 21. But if we were to look on page 22, you will see some new GEPRA activity categories that we have added to the the to this document, because we wanted you to see the difference between the old way of how things are categorized based on the No Child Left Behind Act, and then you had the new GEPRA activities that are categorized, but they are the same thing. There's just different wording. And so we wanted to make sure you were fully aware of that. So for today's information, kind of just want to briefly go through to make sure you can understand how to read this information. So while we're looking at this first Roman numeral for academics, academics covers enrichment, remediation, and tutoring. Did we not talk about that in our RFA? If you look at this first area right here, that's what this is all about right in here. And we're going to go more into details about lesson plans and student work samples in another setting when we have a training, but I want to make sure that you understand and everything is connected. So in the first column where it says required for all programs, this is the law. This is what the program was built off with ESSA. And then you have the documentation to support that you're upholding or keeping with whatever it is required with the grant. And then over here in this far right, if there are any comments based off of from your TA, then they come to visit and ask to look at any of the information that's that they discussed with you that they want to look at to see where you are, to check just check how things are going. That'll be left here. Or from when you actually go through your official monitoring, that will be left here. So 1A is going to be talking about enrichment, remediation, and tutoring. And then if you notice, you have a 1B. And right here, those of us who have middle grades or high school or a combination of the both, it is required that you have credit recovery and that's in your RFA. And right here, it is telling you the documentation that is needed. But as you can see at the very bottom, it is saying that it's not applicable for grades K through 6. And then 1C is talking about the parent handbook, but it's going to also mentioning the parent handbook is asking, do you have any students who have special needs that need modification or accommodations? If so, then you're supposed to provide lesson plans for them as well. And that's making sure that you're staying in compliance with the law. Still up under dealing with lesson plans, because now we're with 1D. Remember, we talked about those nutritional education plans. We talked about the physical education portion of it. Here it is right here. This is the law that is required for the program. Here's the documentation that is required that goes with it as well. As well as when we talked about scheduling, the time frame. Well, this particular document is asking that not only do you provide lesson plans and work samples, but also provide the schedule to show that physical activities are taking place in your program. One E, still on lesson plans. Right here, this is specifically asking for technology. Technology is part of STEM. It should be a part of your program, as well as any form of telecommunications that's going on with teaching your students. It's asking for lesson plans, and it's also asking, what does your daily or weekly schedule look like for computer time for your students? So this right here is still up under 1, dealing with academics. And then 1F is now we're moving to the career and career readiness. Here's the law that applies with the application of the grant. And then right here in the center is asking for the documentation of making sure that you are implementing career and readiness. And if you look at the very bottom, if you were to have a program or a parents' night or family night or a community night that is addressing careers and careers readiness, you're supposed to submit documentation from this area right here to make sure that you show that you are implementing the grant as it is required. Then this is for career readiness in that area. And we're still on academics with 1G. 1G is basically talking about service learning, but we'll talk more about service learning in a different setting, but that's a part of the program as well. We looked at our RFA and we were talking about enrichment. If you're going to do enrichment that's dealing with the arts and music, which does come with the grant, here is where you would make sure you have documentation to support that it is being implemented. It is asking if you were to do a family night to document it appropriately in regards to art, music, or drama. Then these are the things that you need to make sure you have in place to show that you implemented it. Because I know a lot of times we're doing these things, but we may not have the appropriate documentation to support that it's being implemented. And so here are those documents there for that part. And then for the next area, remember we talked about attendance and behavior and truancy and different things of that nature. There is appropriate documentation that has to be here to show that it is being implemented. And one of the things that a lot of people unfortunately miss is that first box. You're supposed to have a list of the different programs that you're using in your after-school program that is that's addressing those areas such as truancy, student behavior, and character development. When it comes to school attendance report, that's when we are making sure that we have a working relationship with the LEA that will be able to, and we'll talk a little bit more about making sure that we have access to certain platforms to get our data. But this is important that we upload this information in regards to student attendance and to office referrals. It doesn't say or. These are things that you must have. And there are lesson plans in regards to that as well. We talked a little bit about making sure that our grant addressed drugs, violence, or any other type of issues such as bullying. Right here is where that comes into play that we talked about earlier. And you want to make sure that you have lesson plans and student work samples to support that this part of the grant is being implemented. Remember, we talked a little bit about well, we didn't really talk about it, but I'm going to make sure I emphasize it here. Students who have who are getting additional support for language skills or are identified as EL students, if they're in your program, then you must show how those students are receiving support if they're supposed to receive report. And looks like we're having a fire drill, I think. Let me see what this message says. So Annette, since we're having this going on right now, do you want to just break for lunch now? Annette. Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and just stop for we're going to stop right here. I'm sorry, y'all. This just been one of those days. So our lunch, let's come back at exactly 19 hours. Let's say 12:50. Yeah. An hour 20. Yeah. So at 12:50, everybody be back. Okay. I'm sorry. We're just gonna go ahead and break for lunch due to our having an emergency here at the State Department. Thank you. And we had an eventful one. I'm gonna ask if you don't mind. Go ahead and let's get back signed in for the afternoon sessions. If you'll go in the chat box and place your name, your position, the name of your LEA or CBO, and your site, we would appreciate that very, very much. We'll give everybody a few more minutes to get back in, but while we're waiting, I've had an eventful experience because I was like, I know how to do these links and everything come out. It really was a glitch in the system. So while we were on lunch, I was able to figure it out. So once the PowerPoint is released for you all to have access, then you will have access to the document. But it still turned out good. You guys did a really good job with the scavenger hunt. So I'm gonna give everybody a few more minutes to go ahead and get back in, and we're gonna pick back up. Hopefully you were able to download the compliance monitoring document. If not, we'll go through it. I'm kind of rushing, but I'm trying not to rush because there are important pieces in there. I think that if you know upfront what to expect, then you'll know how to document as you're running your program. So I'm gonna give everybody about one more minute and we're gonna get started. All righty, if you we're going to go ahead and get started, but I do want to also make mention that if you go in the chat box and just scroll up a little bit, you're going to see some links that I placed in the chat box in reference to some of the information that we're going to go over today. In the event that you would like to have it pulled up for your access while we're doing the presentation, but at the same time, do know that these links will be working and available during the with the presentation, and we'll upload it onto our site as well. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move forward. All right, so we were talking about these components right here. We've done 1 through 13, and we were just about to hit numbers 14 through 17 through the compliance monitoring document. So I'm going to share with you that document so that we can follow along together. So as you can see, we were right on 1K, and 1K is part of the first Roman numeral with academics. And even though if you don't have any students who need to receive EL services, then as you can see at the very bottom of 1K, it says not applicable. But if you do have students that are in your program and may not need at lesson plans that are different or need modifications or changes or whatever the case may be, then that's fine. But if you do have students that have been identified as EL students in your regular school day program, then you must make sure that you have the access scores to upload as part of your documentation for compliance monitoring, because they are receiving extended day services through the 21st century, and we want to show the progress of those students as well. So you do have situations where you may have students who may not need changes to their lesson plans to meet their needs. However, if they have been identified as EL students, then you must do the last 2 bullets where it says access scores for EL students, and you want to make sure you have the pre and post data for the language test sections of the access. So what did they have before, which would be maybe last year, up to where they are now, in order to show that there's some growth as a means for them being in that particular population of students being in your program.
Alicia, do you know if we started the recording? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And so with 1L, we're still focusing on lesson plans with academics and various work samples. We're also going to be looking at cultural diversity, and it aligns with the writing of the grant, and you should have had this information in your grant as it pertains to that. If you are going to do a family night and you want to showcase that family night that's dealing with cultural diversity, you want to make sure that you have those areas that's up under where it says documentation of cultural events right here. So keep that in the front of your mind when you're doing these things, so that, because these are the things that we will be needing to document that you actually have. And a lot of times we do have conversation, but when it comes to auditing and when it comes to monitoring, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where everybody that's looking at your story can say it actually happened. Okay. And then when we're talking about additional things, we'll get more into details about financial literacy, environmental literacy. You have to have lesson plans on that. And if you notice, and I don't think I brought it out at the very onset, but there are distinctive months next to each quarter, and that's just to help gauge. Notice that it's asking for various grade levels when you're looking at this document. So if you have a K-6 school or a 7-12 school, you don't want to continuously pick the same grade levels. You want to make sure that we don't tell you what to pick, but when it says various and we look at the grades that you are servicing, we're going to be looking to see, do you have various grade levels to reflect this particular standard when it comes to the compliance monitoring. And then we'll talk a little bit more about that. But right here at the bottom is an area that some people fail to see when it comes to compliance monitoring, and it's saying documentation that's supporting partnerships with financial and environmental agencies. So if you have a memo, an email, a letter, you met with individuals, you want to have a sign-in or agenda, something that it authenticates, hey, this really did happen, when it comes to having partnerships with financial and environmental agencies. And then 1N, it's not pertaining to us on this one, but we're going to jump right into 2. Now, standard 2 is going right on into academics as well when it comes to the STEM and STEAM. This is the last standard that addresses academics. And you want to, if you notice, there is right here in this first statement up under standard 2. A lot of people miss this, but your quarterly lesson plans have to show that it is going across 3 or more of the STEM or STEAM process. So it should not be in isolation. We shouldn't see lesson plans or student work samples that are just on science, just on technology. Right here, the program is calling for how are all of these things connected into one lesson plan that shows this implementation. And then you want to make sure that it is also the same with the student work samples. Student work samples could be, and we'll get more into details about it. I won't jump into that about work samples, but just note that this is calling for making sure that whatever you are going to be monitored, it has to reflect that 3 or more. So it has to say for STEM, it would be science, technology, and engineering. That's at least 3. Or you just couldn't have art and music or math or for your enrichment. You know, it has to be a connection of 3. How do all 3 of them are related under one for the STEM? And then you have to show the schedule that shows that you're teaching it that is being implemented or taught on a regular basis. That's that when we were talking about in the RFA, what's the time guidance or line of how you're going to implement the different parts of your RFA. And then if you're going to have a family event, just make sure this area right here is looked at and you have the documentation to support it. If you decide to do a field trip that's related to STEM or STEAM, here's the documentation to support that these are the things that we did to show you that we actually did implement a field trip through STEM or STEAM. The next part we want to talk about is dealing with safety, and that's dealing with Roman numeral 3, and that's going to be found on page 16 of the compliance monitoring document. And right here you see in gold, that's letting you know that safety is the actual standard that we're going to be talking about, and here are the different requirements. So when we're talking about safety, we're talking about procedures in place. We're talking about signing in and signing out, how secure is the facility. Do we have our emergency readiness plans, such as our drills and different things of that nature, and making sure that we have safety for transportation done in a way that that we are showing that we're safe with them. So let's look at what that documentation looks like. If you see over here where it says required for all programs, that means everybody has to do it like we've been saying. And then you have right here the documentation for it. Parent handbook, staff handbook, sign in, sign out sheets. If it is saying only pull out certain parts, that's what you want to do, and we'll talk more about it. But look at for the parent handbook, it's actually asking you only pull documentation that's in the parent handbook that's addressing how students should be signed in and out of the program, as well as visiting the program. So that's the only part you want to address in safety, not the entire document. When it comes to the staff handbook, make sure you are talking in your staff handbook that's addressing, once again, regarding signing students in and out of the program and visiting the program. Samples of sign in and sign out sheets for how your procedure and your process. And then right here, documentation that student sign in and out procedures were addressed during required staff orientation, because that is a requirement that staff are oriented before students begin the program, especially if you are brand new. You do not want to open your doors for students to begin unless you've had your staff and your parent orientation. So right here, it's telling you what are those things that are required to show that you have properly documented and have addressed the areas dealing with safety. And then the 10B is talking about the secure facility at all times, your devices that you use to communicate. That's a part of safety. Copies of inspection records verifying ADA, fire extinguisher inspection. And right here you see there's a little note that, you can use a photo or inspection report to cover this, but we want to make sure that these things are covered. On page 17 of the same document, it's then going to go into safety when it comes to even the summer program. What safety plan do you have in place? And when we're talking about the safety plan that you have, it should only entail the staffing of the 21st century program and not the staffing of those during the school day, because they're not there. Some of them, all of them are not there. And so who are your point of contacts? What are their responsibilities? We do have a template that our grantees can use from our site that you fill in parts of the missing areas of the safety plan document, but you should have like an after school safety plan, and then you should have a summer safety plan. And you also want to be specific about your medication administration plan. All of this information at the very top. You want to also make sure you have training that's covering this information right here. Here it is again. Also, you want to have documentation that you have had at least two. Remember, we talked about the CPR and first aid. Here it is right here. Who are those two staff members per site? Your safety drill documentation, your monthly fire drills, your quarterly severe weather drills, as well as during the summer. There's supposed to be one during the summer. Your lockdown and intruder drill and your bus drills if you're using transportation. So all of this right here, get very familiar. If you're a program director, and we'll talk a little bit about organizing and get everything set so that you will be in compliance. But this right here is going to guide you for the safety when it comes to all of this information in 10C. And then, like I think Annette alluded to it a little bit when we were talking earlier about transportation, we were doing a scavenger hunt. 10D, if you use transportation, here is where you want to make sure you have their information to upload. And even if you are using a bus that is, and you're not an LEA, because LEAs already have all their information on file with central office, but you would want to get a copy of that so that you can have it to show documentation. But if you charter a bus or any of that, they should be able to show you what their charter bus license and safety inspection. All of that should be a part of their contract with you, should you decide to contract out with a charter bus. But and if you have bus transportation where students are being dropped off in the evenings for the extended day program, or if they're being picked up and dropped off during the summer, you must have a copy of the bus routes. So keep all this in mind. If you're a program director, these are things you want to go in and just look at your compliance monitoring, because remember, your compliance monitoring is telling your story. All righty, and that you're in compliance. The last area that we're going to address when it comes to compliance monitoring that we're not going to dive deep into today is dealing with personnel, which is found on pages 18 and 19. Job descriptions, listing of personnel, their job titles, and their positions are required. What applications did you use to employ the individuals for your program? You want to make sure you have your policy for how you do your background checks and fingerprinting. You want all of that to be available and ready for show. And that's all in the number 11. And then when it comes to timekeeping policies, you want to make sure that you follow number 12 and it's inside of your staff handbook. But you also want to make sure it is addressed during your staff orientation. And the documentation in number 12 is telling you what exactly is needed to show that you addressed timekeeping policies. And then number 13, your chain of command. A lot of times people will just put the titles of the positions and leave out individuals' names. Go with what you have currently. Now, I know sometimes people may decide that they're no longer going to work, but we have to have a chain of command and knowing who's doing what only in the 21st century. It should not have anything to do with the organization of a CBO or the whole organization of the LEA. So you need to make sure it's only applicable to the 21st century. And you also want to have a listing of all of your admin staff and what their responsibilities are or their duties. We know that administrative staff are those who do not work directly with students. So if you are working as the bookkeeper or the easy report person, you are considered an administrative staff because you're not working directly with students. You're working indirectly for the program to make sure it's successful. And then copies of timesheets. We'll go into this really, really good when we get ready to get to talking about the financial piece, because this is where it's a big hiccup for a lot of our CBOs and sometimes our LEAs. But anyone, from someone assisting in the office to assisting with the cleaning of the building, anyone receiving 21st century funds, you have to have an activity report. And we call it PARS, a personal activity report that shows what you did from the time the doors open to closed, or really from the time that you started working the program, whether it be an hour before or an hour after. If you are an administrator, this is applicable to you as well. Program directors, site coordinators, you are to provide documentation showing what you did every time you worked in the program, expecting funds from the 21st century funding source. So that's not something that we can not do. We have to do it because these are guidelines from the federal government. We have to show how we use the money and that we're being good stewards with the money. Also, one of the things that we have to make sure that is up to date is Form 7 that is found in EGAP 2.0. And that's where you're showing how much money is being spent towards admin costs and indirect costs. And if you're within the cap of 30%. So that has to be uploaded in section 13. And then number 14, up under personnel and finances, we will get more into details about that with our next training, but just look at how all of this is still following our RFA, and we are showing how we are in compliance. In our last page that we're going to talk a little bit about, remember we talked about the student-teacher ratio. Okay, so monthly that is supposed to be collected. We used to have it where you would send it in Right now, everybody has been doing their due diligence. However, if called for information from you to share with us what your student ratio is, you should always be ready to always already have it. But you're going to continue to collect the information, but keep it where you will upload it or use it as your documentation for number 15. Still talking about job titles and positions, PARS reports. Um, you also want to have your time sheets and the salaries of those individuals uploaded as well. I think that's it on this piece. Well, other pieces of this particular information for documentation, we will talk with the compliance monitoring later as we go through the training. But that's all we wanted to discuss when it comes to compliance monitoring. So I'm going to go back to the presentation. And Annette is going to pick back up for us. And I know due to time and everything, Annette, would you say that we will probably skip that and just go into collecting the documentation? Are you good with that?
Yes, we're going to skip the break, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I'll be precise and try to be quick. So let's talk about documentation and compliance monitoring and how the whole process works together. First and foremost is collecting it as you go, not when it becomes time to get monitored or we're coming out for a visit. So you're collecting your PARS reports, they're matching the lesson plan, they're matching the evidence, which is the student's work. So we encourage you to do it two ways. One, what they used to call, if you've been around for a while, the box. And then we also encourage you to upload it and save it in a folder. We use Cognia for our compliance monitoring. And as you know, sometimes that's a little bit slow getting started. So we want to go ahead with compliance monitoring, whether Cognia is working that day or not. So if you will make sure you have copies of everything we're going over here as you go, when we come out for our site visits, when it's time for you to upload it in Cognia and Cognia is working, then you're good. But just make sure you have those. The other thing we see about documenting is a lot of times people are like, well, here's a Google link or here's a link where it is. We are not able to use that as the evidence for the federal government or the state government for compliance monitoring. So I know you work really hard and I love Google Docs, but unfortunately that's not something we can accept. So Cognia will be something that you will continuously be in and out of, every week, especially as director and coordinator, gathering things from your teachers, sign-in sheets, meetings, whatever it may be. A lot of it is things you can do. Whether we're talking about your documentation, your sign-in sheets, you can go ahead and start getting it all in order now. What I do want to say, if you're brand new, you're like, I don't know what Cognia is. What is she talking about? So don't worry. We do have on our website, we have a training for Cognia and a PowerPoint, and we will do a separate one when we get going a little bit further. Also, the other required software platforms that you need to make sure you have access to, working, everybody's where they need to be so it doesn't hold you up, is Easy Reports. I know Linda and Erica work a lot with you on this. So be prepared, make sure you have that. They've been adding everybody. And then we're talking about PowerSchool. If you're an LEA, you're familiar with PowerSchool and you're like, well, what do I need to do with PowerSchool? Well, you'll need to mark the kids 21st century in PowerSchool and make sure that you understand, if you're a CBO or whoever it may be, you have your data sharing agreement. Again, all of these have trainings. We have recorded trainings, PowerPoints, everything you can ever imagine that are housed in eGap and also housed on our website. And then we will have separate trainings for you to learn how to operate all these if you need to. It will not be mandatory. It'll be optional to do that. So your Cognia access, let's just talk about that. When they give you access, you will get an email that's telling you to click on it, accept the invitation. That email is only good for 48 hours, and then they have to do the whole thing over, and it's not an easy process. So we try to tell Erica and ask Erica, hey, send it out, remind them to check your spam, remind them to check everything so that they can accept the invitation. Then once you accept the invitation, I encourage you to take the time to go all the way through all the way through Cognia to make sure you know how to operate and you have access to every point in it. At the end of the day, there's two things if you're audited or we're audited, what's in Cognia and what's in that box, and or vice versa. And I'm sure Andrea and some of the people who have been around a while are like, yeah, we got the box. So, and we have to keep it for 5 years. So go ahead and get you a box, figure out where you're going to have it, have people start filing, get your files organized, and it's all related to how it's lined in Cognia and the document that Elisa had just shared. Next, we want to talk about required documents. If you or an LEA or CBO and you uploaded for the application itself, you had in the Form 9 area, we didn't have a Form 9, you created those forms. You did your job descriptions and your org chart, but you didn't put names on those. We need you to go back in and update those with who is going to be in each position. Document that, keep that, and upload it back into EGAP under that. We will need it not only for compliance monitoring, but we also will need it to be able to reimburse you, and it will make up the process a lot simpler other than us calling when you submit an ES2 and wondering who Latricia is or something. So make sure you do that. Then you see now we have what's called additional documents in EGAP. And you go through here, there's a lot of additional documents. And trust me, it's not us. It is part of the process as we go to meetings with the federal government of what they want and what they need when they come out to audit. So this is to protect you and make sure you have this. Now, compliance monitoring can happen, as we go, we have you scheduled out, but at any point in time, the federal government can audit you or audit us. So what we need you to do is go ahead and put these documents in here in EGAP if they pertain to you. If you're not sure if they pertain to you, let me know. Some of the things you can look in your RFA and it tells you, I think it's page 41 if I'm correct, who needs to upload what. But if you just have a question, reach out to your TA or reach out to us and we will tell you. My suggestion is you try to upload something in every one of these spots. So any questions we have, we can make sure we answer for an audit by the federal government. And I will take questions at the end. Some of you are probably like, what? Where are all these documents coming from? And why are we having to do that? I promise it's stuff you already have. And it's not, there's not a time. We don't say by next Wednesday, but we say, we encourage you to do it right away for the fact that if we're audited or if you're audited and they pull it, it's got to be in there. All right. So now we're going to turn it over to Rebecca.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about your visitations, and your visitations actually the first one that comes is going to be when you meet with your TA. You can go to the next slide, Alicia. When you meet with your TA, and your TA is going to go over some information to help you get set up. And when we're doing these site visits, I'm going to go on and share with you the site visit checklist. Okay. So on your site visit checklist, you will notice that, well, let me get to it. Okay, so on your site visit checklist, it's pretty much when you're doing your first site visits, this is really, like I said, it's going to be an opportunity for you to sit or meet with your TA and kind of go over some of these things to make sure that you're in compliance with what's recommended or what is required within the RFA. So Alicia already told you all about, at the top, filling out this information is very important when your representative comes out, and it can either be myself, Alicia, Annette, or it can be any of the TAs, ensuring that this top section with the grantee, the site, the days of operations, number of students attending, program director, all of that information is completed. And then as we go through this and look at some of the information that is required, these are things that you are going to be developing now that you've received the funding. You need to come up with your sign in and sign out procedures. You're going to describe all of those things. And then when the TA comes out, this first time, this is the opportunity, if you have questions about it, to let them know, hey, I have a question about this sign in, sign out procedure. But then once you've done all of that and you've gone through that process, then over on the right-hand side, when they come back to do a visit, excuse me, to kind of check in to make sure that you're on the right track, they will be going over and checking off on this right-hand side to make sure that you've done everything that you need to do as far as your site visits are concerned. Number two is your school safety. Now, with your school safety, within the related documents that Annette talked about, there is a section called your safety documentation. Within that safety documentation, all of this information that's listed over on the right-hand side is a part of your safety plan. So your bus drills, your tornado drills, fire drills, intruder drills, in addition to completing that entire document, so we'll know, or if anyone comes into the building during the time that the 21st Century program is going on, they'll know that, okay, these are the people that we need to contact. These are the people that are working within that within the program. The safety plan, if you go to our website, 21st Century CCLC Alabama, you will be able to click on or type in the search bar safety, and that plan will come up. Well, on that plan, you need to make sure that you have all of the information filled out, and on that front page, it is specific to your site. So just ensure that you go on to our 21st Century website and find that safety document and then complete it in its entirety. And then that's a document that has to be uploaded into into eGap as well. The next thing is your CMP. Your CMP program is where you will be working with your CMP personnel at your school to determine, and this is very important in the summer because you are going to work with them to provide those students with breakfast, snack, dinner, or however you come up with the plan for how you will be feeding those students. But remember that those students cannot be charged money for their breakfast, snacks, or dinner. So, and this is also where an opportunity where if you don't have the support from your CMP program, but then you also need to reach out to your partners because on some special days, you may want to have a pizza party. Those are things that you cannot pay for with 21st Century money. So you need to ensure that you have partners in place where you can provide them with these students, especially with the snack piece. Normally, CMP will definitely provide them with the breakfast or the dinner, but the snack is one thing that they may or may not provide, but that's when we reach out to our partners to ensure that we have, well, you don't have to have a snack, but it's a good idea, because the students, especially during the summer, they're there for long periods of time. So they'll have, of course, their breakfast, snack, and then their dinner. But then you work that out with your CMP program within your school, and you all make that decision about how you're going to be feeding the students during the program. The inventory, the list aligns with your inventory. Now, with your inventory, there are documents that go along with that. And those documents, when you start spending your money, you need to make sure that you keep up with those purchase orders and those invoices, because there's a specific sheet that has to be completed. And once you complete that sheet, those purchase orders and those invoices have to coincide with the items that you're purchasing. Now, the items that go on your inventory list are those items that are big ticket, well, not necessarily big ticket items, but items that are not consumable. So you wouldn't put paper, pencil, markers, that type of things on your inventory, but you will put on your inventory, like if you purchase iPads, if you purchase an iPad cart, if you purchase printers, like the Mac notebooks, those types of items are the items that you will place on your inventory list, and you must have invoices and purchase orders that coincide with those purchases. And when you're keeping your inventory is kept year by year. So for this particular year. So when you start purchasing, all of those invoices, all of those purchase orders, they have to go along with that inventory sheet for this year. And then you'll file that one, and then next year you'll start a new one. So when you're asked if you're ever audited, they'll say, hey, give me the inventory sheet or the inventory information from 2023, 2024. So you'll have all of that information in one stack. Those items will all go together. The lesson plans available, but this is what Alicia has already spoke with you all about. So when you're looking at those lesson plans and you're having your visit, initially, like I said, when the TAs are coming out, they are there to assist you to make sure you get on the right track with doing what you need to do in order to get everything in order. But with your lesson plans, make sure that when you're presenting your lesson plans to whomever it is that's doing the site visit with you, that you have, of course, the lesson plan. You need to have a work sample that coincides with that particular lesson plan. And when you're doing those lesson plans, make sure that those lesson plans are coming from different grade levels as well as different teachers. It cannot be one teacher for all of your lesson plans or one particular area for all of your lesson plans. They need to vary. And when they're asking you for if your lesson plans are available, those are the things that they're going to be looking for, in addition to it applying or relating back to your RFA. Timesheets and PARs. This is something that you will be submitting on a regular basis. It's submitted the 30th of the following, along with your ES2s. All of this information has to be submitted. And remember that this is a reimbursement grant. So once you submit your PARs and your timesheets, then you will send those all in, and accounting we will review them, make sure that they're accurate, make sure that on those timesheets that you have the person's name, you must have their position, the hours that they're working with their PARs, what is it that they did during that time. That's the information that must be available, and it must be maintained. So when asked, you can pull it out and you can show it. These are also things that you will have to upload into ECAP on a regular basis, on a monthly basis for the previous month. So ensure that you're keeping up with the time that is spent, that the teachers or the student assistants or teacher assistants, make sure that they are turning in those timesheets in a timely manner so that you can get everything submitted to us in a timely manner so that everyone can be paid on time. All right, so excuse me, your data, the dates for Easy Reports and 21 APR. This is something that Erica will cover more with you at a later date about how you are to put information into Easy Reports and when your 21 APR reports are due. On the timeline that I'll be showing you a little bit later on, there's some information on there in reference to the months that it's due, but because you all are starting so late, all of those dates, they do not apply to you as of yet. And what I did was I kind of showed you when they're actually due and when they will be due this year and this year only, because we're starting so late. All right, the next thing on our list is our field trips. The field trips, these are, I'll cover the dates. Currently, our dates are on January 15th, May 15th for the summer, and then it's August 15th for the fall. So you can have field trips for one for the spring semester, one for the fall semester, and you can have one field trip each day.
Each week.
I'm sorry, each week. Each week during the summer. Each week during the summer. So when you're doing those field trips, there are forms that you will receive copies of, forms that have to be completed. When you send that information in, there's a checklist that our TAs have, and they check them off to ensure that you have turned in your lesson plan. And on that lesson plan, you have the how it ties into your how it ties to your RFA, how you're going to follow up with that that field trip based upon what you all did, then you have to get approval for your field trips. There, you'll be provided with a list of recommended field trips or field trips that have already been approved, and all you really have to do is put them on there. But with all field trips, even wherever you go, you must have a lesson plan that coincides with it. So if you decide to go someplace and it's not, you don't have a lesson plan, one of the suggestions is that you reach out to some of the venues that you are visiting. Field trips cannot be for entertainment purposes. They have to tie into your RFA. And if it's sometimes you can tie, a movie into your to your RFA. But when you're doing that, you need to make sure that you have that standard, the standard that it applies to. You need to go back to your RFA and look into your RFA and see what objective within your goal or objective within your or component within your RFA does this tie to. And then when you submit all of that information, you will get that back from the TA or from our office, indicating whether this field trip has been approved or not approved. You'll also get information whether, if you submitted it and you're missing some of the documentation, then we'll send it back to you and tell you that you must get it in by a certain date, which is like I said, I gave you the dates, and it'll be on your timeline as well. But you have to get it in, and it has to be completely done with all of the information that is requested. Okay. So here are some other things that the TAs or ourselves will be looking at when we come out. The major components of your application. These are things that we've already discussed with you, your STEM activities, your enrichment activities. We'll look for some of those things. I mean, you may not be doing all of them on the day that we're visiting, but we will still ask for some activities that relate to these items. Complete the chore survey. I know that you all were told that at the beginning of this training that we have Troy. Troy is our evaluator. And so what Troy does is they will send out a survey to you. You have to complete that survey and send it back to Troy. And once you've done that, then when we're doing our visit, if that time is already passed, then of course we will check that and then move on to the next. Basically, just going through those things. We'll talk about each one of those things, and we'll look for, these are all the things that we're looking for when we come out to do a visit with you. And then number 15, request assistance. We need to take that and out. Request and assistance from the TA. So if you are at any point, anytime during this process, you need some assistance, and we'll talk about who your TA is a little bit later on. Those are the people that you need to make sure that you contact in a timely manner, and their names and their email addresses will be in this PowerPoint. Is on the very first or second page when we have the list of people that work within our section. So you need to contact them in a timely fashion so that they can get out to assist you with anything that you need to get your program up and running. Or even if you need some one-on-one assistance with anything, they are there to assist you, and you need to make sure that you utilize and take advantage of all that they have to offer you, so that when we actually come out and do the compliance monitoring, we will see that you have everything in order. All right, and then the additional questions, these are just some things that when we're coming out, we just have conversations about these other questions. And then we list, of course, your responses to them. So while you're in the process of getting your programs together, make sure that you're thinking about, these things as you're going throughout the year. What are some of the big successes that you will have seen throughout the year? What can we do to assist you more? What are some of your challenges? These are all things that when we look at these questions, these are things that we know that we probably may need to provide more professional development on. That maybe there are things that you have that's going really well that we can share with some other sites, or even when we look at these additional questions and we have our conversations and we do our visits, this is also opportunities, well, opportunities normally present themselves where we use sometimes what some of our sites are doing to share with other sites, especially when it's something that will make, everybody's life a little bit easier as they're going along throughout this process. Mhm. All right, so then if you go down to the very bottom, the reminders, the closeout process, the TA pre-monitoring review, compliance monitoring, information and cognia. The one thing that you all need to remember that right now, this particular year, what we are focusing on with our new cohort is that we are providing you all with the professional development in order to get your programs up and running. Next year, when we come out to visit you, we will be going through that compliance monitoring process. And then that third year, when we come out, we will come out and do what's called a closeout. So just know that it's a continuous process, but it all starts with the professional development, which is what we're providing to you all right now. Okay. So you can go to the next slide, Alicia, or did you stop sharing the PowerPoint?
I can go back to sharing it if you like. You want?
Okay. If you can just tell me what's next on the, well, I can see it.
Did you want me to share?
Yes, go ahead and share, please. Okay, so now what we're going to talk about are our partners and our vendors. Next slide. Okay, so here is the information that we need to be utilizing when we talk about what our partners are doing and what our vendors are doing. First of all, as a 21st century site, the one thing that we do need to do is we need to utilize what's within our community. You'll hear a little bit more about the advisory council a little bit later on, but our advisory council is just a group of people that you all are going to bring together to help you with reaching out to different partners or vendors or anybody within the community that can help your program flourish. So when we look at what our partners are going to be doing, the first thing you need to do is you need to complete the Form 4. On the Form 4, these partners, these are the people that are going to be providing you with the goods and services to any part of your 21st century program. And they have to complete a memorandum of understanding. And this memorandum of understanding will tell us in detail exactly what this partner will be providing to you. Whether it's a volunteer service in kind, or if it's something that you're going to be paying for, so that these persons or the partners are going to be assisting you to make your program, like I said, flourish. Our vendors, again, on the related document Form 4, tell us what good or service will this vendor be providing to you. If they're going to receive the payment from you for that good or service, you must have a memorandum of understanding as to what it is that they're going to be providing. You must have how much are you going to be paying them? What services are they providing? When are they providing these services? All of these things are required, and on both for partners and for vendors, you must have the signatures on each one of those MOUs. And there's also on Form 4, the partner, it's a list of all of your partners, and then it's just a little blank that you fill out that says, okay, this person as my partner will be providing us with this, and have their signature. And then remember that reimbursements will not be given without an agreement on file. This is where you have to upload the MOUs in EGAP. And then when you're providing or you're submitting your ES2s, you have to make sure that we have a copy of the MOU for any vendor that is being paid. And then every site will have an external evaluator. The external evaluator requires a yearly MOU for each site with signatures, and you may use that Form 5 for your MOU as well. So you need to be thinking about, and I know that when you all meet with TPI, your external evaluators, they receive all of their training from TPI. So they will know exactly what it is that they have to do when they are coming out to do your observations or your final evaluations. But they must have an MOU on file as well. Next slide, please. All right, so in EGAP, these were some of the things that you had to, excuse me, upload when you did the required documents. Now, if you look at your partnership agreements, your Form 4s and your Form 5s, these may not have been a complete list, or if you need to update them, this is the time for you to do it. But remember that, excuse me, if you you upload these, then if you open these, then your file will have to go back through another review. So hopefully you all have already done everything you need to do as far as your partners to get your program off to a good start. And then when you come around to do your revisions and for your summer program, then that's when you probably should be updating, because I know during the summer you have a lot of different agreements and vendors that will come out to assist you with getting your summer program together. Okay, next slide.
Okay, Annette is now going to take over right here.
Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. So at this time, we want to share some experiences from the field, best practices, things that you wish you'd known. What do they do every day? And actually, this is the first group I met, CBO, the Care Center, with Molly and Andrea. They do a great job. If you're new and you're looking for a mentor, I'm throwing you out there, Andrea and Molly, to say, I'm not quite sure as a CBO what I do with the LEA or what it may be. These are your people. I'm sure they'll be happy to help you. So anyway, at this time, I'd like to introduce Andrea. She's one of our great grantees, and we are excited for her to present to you and share her knowledge. Andrea?
Well, thank you, Annette. It's very kind of you. Yes, the Care Center has actually had 21st Century funding for about 13 years now. So we've been through a lot, and we have really worked hard to develop some high quality programs. We actually have 3 grants. We do have 2 Cohort 17, and we also have a Cohort 16 grant. And so we work very hard to make sure our programs remain high quality. We are quick to let everyone know we are not a babysitting service. And so we have high expectations for our students. We are embedded in our schools. We actually have offices on site at our schools, so the kids do not leave the school and come to a different center for our programs, which is at one time was very different. I think it's becoming a little bit more normal. But we actually have offices on site of the school. So we have a very good relationship with our school partners. And I think that's very important. It's almost like a marriage. It makes it important for us to be on the same page together, to be working towards the same goals and objectives, and to be able to support one another in such a fabulous way. The Care Center is located in New Hope, Alabama. We're in the southeast corner of Madison County, and we have sites at New Hope, Orange Crossroads School, and Madison County Elementary School. So Madison County is a K-8 school. Orange Crossroads is a K-4 school, and New Hope is actually a K-12 on one campus. And our
Cohort 17 grant serves K through 6. Our 7th and 8th graders are considered high schoolers now, which is a little bit weird, but anyway, so just to share a little bit about our community partners and our vendors. Obviously, anything you can do to solidify a strong relationship with your schools is very important as a CBO. And so we work through our programs because we are in a very rural area. And I will say we're in a very rural area with the highest poverty rates in Madison County. However, if you know anything about Madison County or North Alabama, we're only about 30 minutes outside of Huntsville, which is, you know, the STEM capital of the South. It's unbelievable how difficult it still is to find people to come in and lead good STEM programs because all of the engineers and everybody we have are super busy in Huntsville and they don't have time to come, say, lead a robotics club or something like that. So you may think it would be easier for us to find these STEM-based partners and things like that, and it's just not always the case. But we work really hard. We have transportation issues. We do not have public transportation where we live. Or where we work. We do not have public housing. We have a lot of generational poverty, as I know many of you do with your rural areas that you serve, and even inner city areas. And it's just, it just can make things very difficult, but it makes your programs even more important to be able to provide these opportunities for these children that they otherwise would never have access to. When we first started our programs, our kids had access to basic sports. Basketball, football, baseball, softball. I think volleyball had even maybe just started. And so when we started years ago, we had a teacher who helped start the wrestling program at Auburn University, who is now teaching at our school. And he came to us about maybe starting a wrestling program at New Hope. And so our wrestling program that now New Hope High School has state champion wrestlers in, started in our after school program. And as those students graduated into the high school level, it became a school sponsored program. The same thing happened with tennis and cross country and things like that. So think outside the box as far as opportunities that your kids could benefit from who are not maybe the mainstream athletics. We have an amazing art program. We do musicals that I would put up against just about anybody. Each spring we have a musical production, and that's been an amazing thing to boost confidence and things like that in our students. But then it also gives students who maybe don't want to be on stage, who they want to be involved, but it gives them the opportunity to be on the tech side. And they can learn technology and things like that. But then they can also, you have the creative side where they can help with scenic designs and creating the costumes. There's so much you can do with productions with the children related to STEM. I'm getting way off from the slides that Molly prepared for us. But anyway, so let me get back to my notes because I don't know how much time I have. Places for community partner recruitment. We are a community-based organization. We also consider ourselves a faith-based organization. Local churches, local colleges, and when I say local colleges, they're in Huntsville or even Athens, which is an hour away from us. But we actually, because the care center as a whole is the human service, we do more than just the after school programs. So we actually have interns that come to us from A&M University and work with our adult learning program, but they also are able to come as part of their curriculum and work in our after school programs. And because of their background and the work that they're doing as master level students, they have actually created a social emotional learning curriculum, and then they come and work with our students through some of that, which has been an amazing opportunity. And then everyone, I will say this, every single person we have come through our doors, whether they're a contractor or whatever, we have them taught with our students about their education, their job, their career path, things like that, because a lot of our children who are dealing with generational poverty, they don't have parents that went to college. They may not even have parents who graduated high school. And so when you talk to them about what they want to do, their future careers and things like that, they have no idea what's even out there. So the more people that you can introduce to them that can bring in different perspectives or different ideas or different experiences, that just helps broaden that child's horizon, because otherwise the horizon stays right here in New Hope or Gurley or Orange Crossroads, and it's not much bigger than that. So we take every opportunity we can to have these folks who come into our program talk to the children about their experiences, their education, how they may have gone to college for this, but they decided to do this instead, and that's okay. Most people do that. So libraries, in addition to the interns in our local churches, we partner with our local library. Again, that is in Huntsville, but we do have a local branch of the library in New Hope, which is such a blessing. Local businesses and local community helpers like a homemakers club or Lions Club or something like that. An example of how we use our partners, a dentist office, for example, they could help lead health classes. It's amazing how much your body's health stems from your mouth. And so that's important. Our local bank can come and do a financial literacy lesson. The local vet can come and teach about animal science and care. A lot of our families and a lot of our children are going to get animals for Christmas, and they're not going to know how to take care of those animals, and most likely can't even afford to take care of those animals. And so being able to, anything we can do to help the children understand better about taking care of those animals is better. Local grocery stores, specifically the produce section, can talk with your students about nutrition. And then, as I mentioned earlier, any social workers you have in your community or interns, like we use ours for SEL curriculum in small groups. Our children are dealing with a lot, even 3 years past COVID, they're dealing with a lot themselves, but then they're also dealing with parents who may be dealing with stuff at home. And so anything we can do to help our children grow socially, emotionally is important for their future success.
Andrea, do you mind telling us a little bit about I love this slide right here that has the PEYD with the students, because I'm seeing some math going on, and they look very excited because doing
Yes.
math, and I see the word golf. So please
Yes.
share. I know about it, but I want you to share about that.
Yes. So PEYD is an acronym. I cannot tell you what it stands for right now. If Molly wants to jump in and tell us real fast, that'd be great, or put it in the chat box, I'll read it. It's an acronym, but they teach golf. That's the premise of what they do is they teach golf to our students, but there's different things that they're able to use golf to teach. And I think that is what we have done that for years with all of our enrichment programs. And I think that is such a game changer in our program and the secret sauce to some of our success. So he uses the game of golf to teach social, emotional, par excellence, youth development. Thank you, Molly. I knew that's what it was. He uses the game of golf to teach students how to be a good teammate, to be a good athlete. He teaches social, emotional lessons through golf, but then he can also use it to teach math and STEM all together. And so these pictures are actually something that they were using to try to figure out what year Mr. Howard, who is the coach, was born. And the students, Mr. Howard is not an educator he doesn't know the standard math and how to figure this all out. But the kids were very quick to point it out and to teach him how to do that. And they were right. And they were so proud of themselves. And so that was great. And like it says on the side, like-minded organizations with the same mission. He has a very firm mission, and so does the Care Center. And we're very much aligned with one another. And so that was fabulous. So thank you for pointing that out. So local gyms, recreation centers, private fitness instructors, local theater groups. Molly is always looking into lessons and activities which are normally provided privately to students to bring into our after school programs, because a lot of our students, like I mentioned earlier, would never be able to afford or have transportation to go to some of those private lessons. So I think she goes at and most people, if they're just willing to teach like a private lesson after school, a lot of times they're just looking for that extra money, and they will come to your school to lead an after school program too. So piano lessons, things like that we've done in the years past. Specifically right now, they're doing, they have a local yoga studio that comes in to do private activities such as bar and HIIT classes. They do strength training and stretching, and they learn about their physical bodies and the different areas to work in your body with different exercises and stretches and how important that is. We have a local martial arts instructor he teaches karate. And again, when I say local, these are all in Huntsville. So they're 30, 45 minutes away from us. So it can be done, y'all.
So not to cut you off or anything, for time's sake, can you talk to us a little bit? Because you all have, I'm when I come out there to visit you all, I am just really impressed and overwhelmed, really, with just joy to see all of the things that you all are providing to your students, and it's coming from the community. But this one right here, this picture right here, I have a pretty good idea what it's about, but can you talk to us a little bit? And then we're going to go into the movie that you all have after that.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So yes, we have a local conservatory, Matlin Conservatory, that Molly learned about through a local arts council that she joined. So join those type of things. There's a local arts council, North Alabama Local Arts Council, something like that. She joined that. She learned about Matlin Conservatory. And through that, our students have instruction in orchestra, digital art, drama and choir, and stop motion animation. And that's what this picture is for, is a stop motion animation. And so the kids are learning, again, behind the scenes of how to make objects come to life. And they also learned about the sound effects that happen in movies. You know, you see someone walking and you think in the movies that's their actual footprints making the sound, and that's not the case. And they've learned how to do all of this. And it's really impressive what they've been able to do. And this Matlin Conservatory, they have become an amazing partner of ours, and they can do so much. I'll let you show them.
Thank you. I'm just looking at time, because I'm telling you all, if you ever are in that area, please stop by. Please stop by. You guys let me know, make sure you can hear it.
Thank you.
Can you hear? Oh boy, you cannot hear.
Oh.
Can you hear it now?
No. But I hate that we're not able to do this, but he even touches on bullying with the kids. He did another video with the kids talking about videoing and things like about bullying and things like that. And he just does an amazing job, and we're very fortunate to have their partnership. And you just never know what. I wish y'all could hear this. This was great, but you don't know what opportunity out there is hidden. And I'll tell you, in the beginning, a lot of the programs that we created were just things that I saw my own children who were attending school in these same schools that they would have liked to have done, and they didn't have opportunity or access to those because of where we live. And I would make it my mission to go and find someone who would come to our school and lead those programs. And it was usually too late for my own kids to be able to take advantage of it. But, you know, we would have that for the future. And it has really, like the assistant principal just this morning when I met with her, she was talking about how these 21st century programs have just completely changed the culture of our community. And so I just really encourage you as a CBO to not, or as just a grantee in general, not just a CBO, but just to take every possible opportunity you can to just expand these children's learning and their mindset, and to really expand their horizons, because many times in these communities, they don't have a lot of hope for a future that could have a lot of success in it. And now, thanks to these programs and to these funds that we have access to, these children's future are looking very bright. And so we're very thankful for that opportunity. And I will say, Molly did make note on this. I saw someone ask about the volunteers. We background check. We do a background check on every person who comes into our schools, whether they're volunteering or they're working with us. Everyone is background checked. However, and a lot of them even have a background check through like the school system or something like that. If they don't have a State Department of Education background check and we're not able to get a copy of that on file, then we always put one of our staff members, our 21st century staff members who does have that kind of background check in the class. And some of that is as much to make sure that, you know, we're in ratio, and then also to make sure behavior doesn't become an issue, because we don't want our contractors or vendors who are taking their time to come out and lead a class to have to break away from what they had planned to handle a behavior situation, or, you know, to help monitor a child who needs to use the restroom or something like that. So, so we always make sure if it's someone that does not have a State Department of Education background check, we put one of our 21st century staff members in the class with them, just for safety reasons. And, you know, a lot of times as a CBO or a FBO, you have to really, really be careful with those type of situations and protect yourselves and your organizations as well as the children. So.
Thank you, Andrea. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why this, you know, it's just one of those days, you know what I'm saying? I'm just not gonna sweat it. Thank you so much though for sharing with us on this information.
You're very welcome. Thank you for asking.
Mhm.
I do want to, Andrea, thank you and Molly a lot. I know there's one more slide to go while she's pulling that up. Two things that you said that really jump out at me more than everything else, which was fabulous, was you just never know. You just never know who has a hobby, who's interested, who's just never been asked. Every math teacher's been asked to teach math, come help with math tutoring somewhere. But that math teacher may be an artist or a musician. You just never know. And I like that statement. And I used to say in my old career, all you can do is ask. All they can do is say no. But if you don't ask, you don't know. So go ask. Ask those partners. Ask people to be a part at your churches, just everywhere. Continue to encourage people. The other thing you said that I really enjoyed was the student voice. You used your own children's student voice to drive some of what y'all were doing to align with your RFA and to explore the world, basically. I know metaverse, and there's a lot of things out there now. So we have these reminders, real quick. Andrea,
This is from Andrea. Andrea, did you want to talk about your reminders that's on the screen?
Oh, I think I kind of did a little bit.
Okay.
The vendor contract reminders, and I think Dr. Pines may, or Alicia, I can't remember which one talked about this, but an MOU is required anytime you have a vendor or a contractor. And we even do PARs for ours, community partner reminders. Make sure you have partnership agreements, which is basically a MOU with your community partners as well. It's just not necessarily putting out payment or something like that if they're going to be volunteers, things like that. And then it talks about what I was just mentioning earlier about for safety with contractor community partners. We always assign a 21st century staff member in these classes. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Andrea. And again, I encourage you, if you're a CBO or an LEA, get in touch with their program, go see it sometime, because they do a great job and have tons of ideas and experience. So thank you. Now we're going to introduce Tuscaloosa City Schools, Lindsay and Dr. Ingrid Edwards. I do want to say we have an LEA, they're an LEA, that they do excellent work in braiding the funds and bringing the whole picture of data to the table, which drives what they do. They just won a national award for out of school time and how they drive that data into their work every day and how they braid the funds and how they work with their community. So at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay Blevins. Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Ingrid.
Hi. Hi. As Annette said, we are with Tuscaloosa City. We both are program directors for our 21st Century sites. We have 12 sites now. We have 6 that are cohort 16 and we have 6 new cohort 17. So we are excited to be sharing with you guys today. And if anybody ever has any questions or needs anything, we would love to assist in any way that we can. You can go to the next slide. So we took an approach of things that we thought about that might be helpful for our new sites that are starting out, that might be some kind of like pro tips to get you guys started. So we were thinking through the planning part, and this morning was a great segue into this with the RFA, breaking it down. There's so many things included in your RFA that if you don't review it frequently, you're going to forget pieces of it. And that is even in year 3. So, get very familiar with your RFA. Make sure that your staff is aware of your RFA. So frequently it's easy to make sure that your site coordinator and program director know what's in it, but your staff needs to know. So top to bottom, even your parents, share it with everybody. Tell your story. That way you can all help each other stay on the right track.
We just finished the piece with compliance monitoring, and y'all did an awesome job on that as well with that form for 2023-24. And here in Tuscaloosa City Schools, we really stress the points. Oh, I'm sorry, I went down to compliance. Go ahead and finish there then.
So with planning too, there are so many sites. You guys, I know this is virtual, but in a few months, we're all going to be in Perdido together for ACEA. There are so many people who are willing to share everything. Like the handbook that we use here, I got probably 10 years ago from Baldwin County. So if it exists and somebody has it, they are happy to share. So find ways to connect with other programs across the state, network. This really is a really great group of people who are willing to do whatever they can to support other sites. So ask questions, ask if things exist. We're happy to share whatever we have. Also with the planning piece, I know that we all have said that we're going to serve this big, large number of kids and things like that, but your program is awarded money over 3 years for a reason. So, we're not saying don't start high quality day 1, but you don't have to start every piece of your RFA on day 1. So grow it out and make it manageable. You don't want to do things and then look back and say, we might have done that too soon or we didn't think it through well. So take time to really map out how you get things started and make sure that you grow it over time.
Going on to the compliance piece, as we talked about earlier, with following that monitoring schedule and the guidance, but consider cohort 17 starting now, even though we're not being monitored this year technically. As you start now from day 1, collecting every piece of evidence based on that monitoring form, it's highly encouraged. It's important so that when you are monitored, we don't have to say, oh, I've never seen this before, or we're not used to writing lesson plans or collecting our data and artifacts. And following the district policies on certain pieces when it comes to accounting or your purchase order form, there are certain specific policies that each district follows versus following that comes from the ALSCDE. So follow both guidelines as closely as you can. Start now, like we said, using whatever system that works for you. For us, we use the Google Drive. We've done the box. We've done the folders. We've done everything you could think of. Right now, we're into the Google Docs. And then, of course, the end piece will be uploaded in Cognia. But as you go through these forms, as you meet with your TA, as you meet with your district director, go ahead and collect every piece of evidence and file them in such a way that you can follow, you can read it properly. And the date on each piece is extremely important, dating everything that you have on every piece of document for the compliance piece. The last thing about that is do not wait until the last minute. It's very hard and it's exhausting if you do wait until the last minute to start looking for this lesson plan that should have been done in the fall or whatever it is.
For personnel, we know that right now we're in a teacher crisis, a teacher shortage crisis. So, it's hard enough to find people to want to work in the school day. So much, it's also really hard to find people who want to stay in additional time to work after school. So, I was at a site last year. I was a site coordinator, and I've had phenomenal principals over the years, and they always helped me. So recruitment was not just on me as a site coordinator. Recruitment is shared amongst the site coordinator, your building principal. It could be district level. So make sure that you have a team telling your story, being positive about what you're doing. It should not fall solely on the site coordinator. When you have your staff, find ways to show appreciation. There are people who might say, I can only work on Mondays. Well, if that's all that you can work and you're willing to give us a Monday, okay, great. We'll let you work Monday, and then we're going to find somebody else to work the rest of the week. So just because somebody can't work every day of the week, you shouldn't count them out. You have to be creative with how you schedule your staff members to keep them on board and keep them happy. Even saying thank you, I appreciate what you're doing, goes a long way when somebody is doing above and beyond what they have to do for their school day job. Also, training is so very important. I would say that I'm guilty of this. I was very well versed in all the technical pieces of it, and I knew what I had to do, but my staff didn't always fully understand why we were doing certain things, or what certain things, why they had to be a certain way. So being very intentional on including them in the why we're having to do certain things, and letting them know, like, share your compliance forms with all your staff members to say, this is what we're having to collect for the state, and this is why I have you doing these lesson plans and giving this evidence. It's not because I want you to have to do all this stuff. We have to do this stuff because it's federal money. So, being very intentional about sharing those things and training them in best practices for after school, high quality after school programs. So it's not babysitting. So making sure that you set the expectations for what you want to see in your programs, and making sure that your teachers and staff members are equipped with all the resources and tools that they need to have a high quality program.
And I couldn't stress enough, I can't stress enough about keeping in that open line of communication with your principal. They're your biggest supporters and recruiters for the program itself from within the school system, if that's where you're getting your workers.
We can go to the next slide. You can do that.
Safety, and I think you mentioned it.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. You mentioned it today. I think that was plain about the safety plan being developed specifically to your school, not so much using a safety plan for the entire school, but for the evening when we do have the 21st century. It should be as detailed and specific, just like you have your regular school day. But once again, your biggest supporter is the principal, who knows every part of the building, your ins and outs, your drills, you name it. You can even have those things when the school, if you're in the school, you can have those drills and different things. Once the school is doing a general one, you can do one in the evening as well. But those safety, school safety on a whole is important.
And although it's got to be 21st century specific, it should closely mirror your school day plan, because you don't want to have an emergency after school and have your kids confused on, in the school day I have to do this, but in after school I've got to do that. So it should be very close to what you have for the school day, for that consistency for the kids in case anything ever does arise. But make sure that you consult with your principal, look at your school days plan, and then go from there. With academics, of course, 21st century is an amazing way to extend your school day. My role when I was a site coordinator was as a school counselor, so I was very involved in RTI meetings, looking at data. So finding ways to say, this group of students really, they're struggling in this area, so how can we put them in the after school and impact our school day data? Talking to your teachers, what do these individual students need to be working on during homework time? Some kids may not need remediation. Some kids may be ready to be pushed a little bit further and do some acceleration. So, it's not always remedial data that you need to look at. It's just data, period, to make sure that you're meeting the needs of your students, which may not always be deficits that you're trying to work for. It may be, growing those kids who may not have the deficits that you're working on. which comes to frequent collaboration with school day teachers, letting them know what you have going on in your program, sending them emails, talking to them. If you are not school-based, I worked in the school that I ran the site for, but there are a lot of community-based organizations that may not have people on their staff that work at the school. So build those connections, talk to the teachers, let them know that you're on the same team with them, that you're working together. If they see that you are working with them and you're helping make growth, it's such an awesome partnership and way to just really impact their students academically, social, emotionally. It's a wonderful thing, but you have to keep that communication open. Make sure that your activities are high quality. I know that at the end of the school day, people get tired, but there are so many free resources that really requires low effort on staff members' part. Like I think about the Mizzen app. It is just loaded with free resources that people can pull up on their phone, and it's ready-made, ready to go. You don't really have to do much planning. The Mizzen app is great. There's the Crayola Create Ed lesson plans that are there free for you to use. So make sure that you share those things with your teachers because they're already tired probably. So, giving them things that will ensure that your program is high quality without stressing them out more.
So Auburn University and ALSDE, they over communicate, which is in a positive way to give us all the information that we need. Well, as a school district, as a school, we're asking you to do the same thing as well because we don't want to miss the ball on anything. So that constant communication between the building principal, between your families, between your students, between your teachers, it will make you end up having a successful program. Share your story, like Lindsay said, share your story on social media. We have some wonderful programs and they're on Instagram. Whatever they're having, they're sharing it. They have their own website for the 21st century with their name, sharing it on Facebook, whatever means necessary. They tweet. But we just want to encourage you to communicate constantly with your school, their principal, and your central office staff as well. And the biggest piece, once again, the communication with the community. There are lots of people who want to volunteer, they want to get involved, who want to do it in a safe way, but at the same time, reach out to them as much as you can.
And for me, social media was a lifesaver when it came to needing evidence. So when you see something great in your program, snap it and share it out. And when it comes time for monitoring and to do all the evidence, what a great piece of evidence to have is say, here's a tweet that we sent out. We had a great robotics lesson going on this day. So take a quick screen grab of that and put it into Cognia. So it works great to tell your story, to get people interested in your program. People have contacted me. I still have people contacting me, like wanting to partner with the program that I used to work at, saying like, hey, I've seen this. We are interested in coming and doing whatever they have. So it's a great way to get community connections, get people to donate things to you. So if you're asking somebody in your community to donate you food or whatever, if they see the great things that you're doing, they're very much more likely to do whatever it is that you need for them to do if they see that you're doing awesome work with your kids. And then with your building principal, I think that I probably was in my principal's office like every day, just sharing things, talking about ideas. Some people see 21st century and school day as separate, but for me, like if we're having an after school family event, like why would we host 21st century in isolation? Like PTA, school, 21st century, we're all working for the same thing. So why not partner together to make it easier for all of us? And when one of us succeeds, we all succeed. So when it comes to like the rating fund side of it, we get really creative with how we do it. If we all have common goals, it is possible to work together, and you can do more when you have more funding sources. So if anybody's interested in finding ways of how to braid and they would like to talk to us about it, we would love to assist you in any way that we can with that. I think there was one more slide so this is a checklist that we had created for the start of this school year. I sat down and went through things that were helpful when it came to opening the school year. And I sent it to the State Department just for them to look at because our site coordinators felt that it was very helpful and kept them on track. So I think.
Are you able to pull it up?
Yes, hold on just a second.
And this document can be shared out and you can edit it to fit your district. There were some things on there that might be seen as TCS specific, but change it, make it fit your program if you want to use it and share it out. But it really is a great way to visualize the different steps that come along with opening a program up.
Can you all
So,
see it?
yes.
Okay.
It's tiny for me.
Yes. So it's just a checklist. And this was our back to school for our cohort 16 site. So we just shared it out beginning of the school year. And it includes things like, you know, communication for safety. Like, do you need an alarm code to secure the building at the end of the day? Talks about training your staff members. There's things on here about communicating with CMP staff, transportation. So this is just a checklist that we think is helpful, which might be helpful to you guys as we move into opening up cohort 17 sites.
One of the biggest things, especially when you're dealing with high school, it says advertise the program and registration. So it's very important that you advertise the program, especially those who are new in a high school, so that you can get the kids to have buy-in and giving them a voice to see what kind of programs they would like to see in their 21st century.
And I see on here, this just triggered something for me. So your school day nurse and CMP staff are so important, because if there are illnesses in your program, your school day nurse can help you with that. If there are allergies, your CMP director, or they help you with that. So, you know, communicate with them about your kids who are registered and planning to stay in your program, so that you have all of those boxes checked and you don't end up in an emergency situation or unaware of something that's an illness or allergy within your building. So these are the things that would need to be changed, that are highlighted. So, and going back to the district specific policies, there are going to be a lot of people that you hear talk on our virtual trainings or at ACEA about things that they're doing in their district. Always collaborate with your central office and your district specific policies, because what we do in TCS as a district may not be what even Tuscaloosa County does. So make sure that you always stay informed about your district's policies and ways to do things, so that you can stay in compliance with both ALSCE 21st Century as well as your district level policies and procedures.
Everything we have on this form, literally, it's needed at the start of your program. I don't see anything that you can wait for a few months later. And that's why we think this sheet is important. We hope that we've done justice to a little bit of the questions that you may have. But if you have any more, you can always contact us.
Thank you, Lindsay and Ingrid.
Thank you.
Y'all do a great job. And again, you're always willing to mentor other people. I will say, before I even started working here, I was invited to y'all's campus. And it was summer, and you were doing a Olympic theme and braiding all the, it was just fabulous how it was all working together, and the kids were moving, the teachers were moving. So they have a lot of good ideas, and they're willing to share with you. I like the one thing that y'all said about best practices. It's bringing learning to life. You know, it's okay. It's not your typical, like, sit down and you're in front of a computer or in front of a teacher. It's about bringing it to life and moving around. If you ever go see their program, if you instantly walk in, you might think chaos. But if you stop, it's not chaos, it's learning actual hands-on things going on, applying what they learned in the school day. So thanks again for presenting. We really appreciate it. Okay. I think for the essence of time, we probably need to move on. If you have any questions as we go, put them in the chat and we will do our best to get to them at the end. But for time, let's move on to Rebecca and your technical advisors.
Okay, so Annette, there are two things I want to say before I do move on to that. Some things that Ingrid and Lindsay covered. One being the lesson plans and the samples. They were telling you all that you needed to make sure you had your lesson plans and your samples and go on and start saving them. And that's very important, because when you go through compliance monitoring, your compliance monitoring will take place the next academic school year. But when you're submitting your compliance monitoring, monitoring, you must have quarters 3 and quarters 4. So that is going to come from this year. So you must have, your lesson plans from quarters 3 and quarters 4 saved, and those samples that go along with it for each one of those areas within your RFA. So go on and make sure that you do have those lesson plans for this year, because that's what you will upload, because compliance monitoring will take place most likely before quarter 3 and quarter 4 of next year. So you will have those documentations for that section. And then the other thing that they mentioned was the safety documentation. And I spoke with you all and I told you that you can go to the 21st Century website to get that safety documentation. And the one thing that you must know is that you have to have a safety documentation plan for the academic school year, and then you must have a separate safety documentation plan for the summer if you're having a summer program. Okay, so now we can get into your assigned technical advisors and your federal program specialist assignment. Now, with this particular the document that I'm going to share with you now is basically just a document that indicates who is going to be serving you during this time. And these are the people that you will reach out to. This information, like I said, it's going to be the contact information is at the very beginning of the PowerPoint. And if you notice on this document, we have it listed out according to the LEAs or the CBOs. And then over on the right-hand side, here's where we have the different sites. And if you notice over on all the way over on the right-hand side, and you will have a copy of this so that you can go in and you can print it off, go in or just get whoever your person is and just keep up with that particular information. But for the TAs right now, currently, we only have 2 TAs, but we're working to get more TAs in place so that we can divide this load up amongst all of our TAs. But currently, if you see where you have this yellow box with KH, that's Kim Hendon, she's your TA. So if we're looking at Better Basic, Kim Hendon is your technical assistant, and your ALSDE specialist will be Alicia Alves. So if you have any questions, Better Basic, then those are the 2 persons that you need to be reaching out for. And what we try to do, if you have a cohort, no, we didn't try it. This is what we did. If you have a cohort 16 and you have a cohort 17, your TA and your ALSDE staff members are the same for both cohorts. So you will not get, somebody different for cohort 16 and then have somebody different for cohort 17. And I can kind of scroll through this so you all can just kind of see. Oh, I'm sorry. The next one is, let's look at Birmingham Regional Empowerment and Development Center. This is Joseph Dyer. He's your TA. And then again, Alicia Alves is your ALSDE person. All right, so someone asked, will you receive contact information for our TAs and our ALSDE people? Yes, within this PowerPoint, if you go back to the very, I'm not sure which page it is, but in your PowerPoint, once you receive it, there is a list of who our TAs are. There's a list with their email address. All of their information is on the page at the beginning of this PowerPoint, and you will receive a copy of this PowerPoint. And then also your TAs will be reaching out to you as well, because what we were trying to do was make sure that we had everybody assigned, and you will receive some information or receive contact from your TA. So that they can reach out to you, so they can have that conversation with you, so you all can get started with who it is that you need to be directing your questions to. And then if we go down just a little bit further and we'll look at the Boys and Girls Club of North Alabama, Again, the TA is Kim Hendon, but the RP is for myself, Rebecca Pines. So there are only, like I said, 2 ed specialists, and there are only 2 TAs currently. So you either have Joseph Dyer or you will have Kim Hendon as your TA. And for the specialists within the ALSDE, you will either have myself, Rebecca Pines, or Alicia Alves. All right, so on our next slide, what we're going to talk about is your suggested timeline, and I'm going to pull that up, and I want you all to use this in addition to the document that you receive or that you will receive from Lindsay and Ingrid. But some of the things that we need to look for on here, if you look at December, December looks like it's really, really heavy with a lot of things that you have to do. And I'll say that it is. And it is because the funds were not released at the time that they are normally released. So we had to just put as much stuff as we could within the month of December. But when you get your suggested timeline for next year, it will not have as many of these things in the month of December as it does this year. So if you kind of go through here, some of the things that you all need to start looking at is basically trying to go on and get your staff in place and get those background checks done. I know this is like a process that, because we're really hoping that by the end of this month, since we are providing you with all this documentation, that as soon as school opens back up after the Christmas break, you can start that day with your extended day program or your 21st century program. So that's why we're wanting to get you as much information as we can now, so that when that time does arrive, you have all these items in place. And it's going to take you, some time to get it done, but it's possible. And we just hope that, like we said, if you don't understand some of the things, please reach out to us so that we can go through and help you get what you need in order to get your program up and running and prayerfully open by the first day that you all return from your your Christmas break. All right, so let me say something about the areas that are highlighted on this screen. If you notice that right here it says for January, submit your second semester field trips by January 15th. We know that this program for Cohort 17 is just getting underway. So that's when field trips are actually due, and it's actually due for other cohorts by January 15th. But if you go down to February of February, there's a date for Cohort 17, year 1 only. So this is just for this year. You all will have until February 15th to submit your request if you're deciding to do a semester field trip this semester, or for the second semester if you're deciding to do a field trip for that second semester. So you have until the 15th. Although normally it is due by January 15th, we're giving you that additional month to kind of get things in place.
Rebecca, can you explain to them like the months for the second semester, just in case we have some CBOs?
Okay, so the months for the second semester range from January until May. And then the months for the first semester are from August, or whenever school starts, until December. So the first semester, we'll get to that date as well as actually on August 15th. And then you can take those field trips from anytime between the months of August and December. And any time for the second semester between the month of January, after you've received approval, January until May. And then, of course, your summer months, those are due on May 15th. And you can take those, like I said earlier, you can have those field trips once per week throughout the duration of your summer program. All right, so one other thing that we need to make sure that we go on and get taken care of, if you notice up at the top, every site has to have the easy reports. And easy reports is that the invoice is due in the month of January. So, and remember that that $900 has to be paid. And then, because that was something that was included in your RFA for all sites, and it has to be submitted by or submitted for January, and that's $900 per site, not per LEA or per grantee, but per site. It's $900. So if you have 3 or 4 sites, let's go back to this just for a second. Here. So if we look at the Boys and Girls Club of Central Alabama, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sites. So with those 5 sites, they have to issue a $900 payment for easy reports for each one of those sites, and not just for Boys and Girls Club, but for the Anderson Boys and Girls Club, Commissioner Parks Boys and Girls Club, Lincoln, Roanoke, Seamley. So they have to issue one for each one of those sites. All right. All right. So then the next thing is your evaluator must submit your evaluation plan or grantee. This is due on February 28th. Normally, if you look up here, I know that right now you all may not have had your or may not have received or know who your evaluator is. And that's something that's going to be covered with you prior to the month of January by TPI. And they will get that information that your evaluator needs to come up with your plan, what it is that you're going to do, and then you're going to submit that to them by February 28th. Although normally it's something that's due in the month of January, but we're going to extend that to February. And then if you look at the other one, the mid-year report, it is normally due in January as well, but we're going to allow you to submit that by February 23rd. And then again, yet again, if you don't have those reports, these are things that Erica will go into more details with you about. And then if it's something that that can be put off, she will let you know at that time what things, as far as the mid-year reports and the external evaluators, any of those dates, if they may change depending on the information that she provides to you. But currently, just kind of go by this guideline for right now. But once you meet with Erica, she'll give you more details about exactly when these items are due. All right, so one of the things that's going to happen is, because like I said, we're expecting you to start your programs right after the beginning of this next semester. When you come back, if you go down to May, you'll see where you have to have an observation by your external evaluator. Normally, this is due, from your first semester, and they will get it turned in, and that's normally turned in January. But for this particular cohort, we're giving you all, because we know that you don't have children now. So from January until, I'll say, April, you need to make sure that your external evaluator is in there, and they've already done your, or that they go on and do your evaluation or your observation and get it submitted to you by May 1st, and then you have to get that document uploaded into eGap. And then finally, like I said, the mid-year report, normally it's due in the month of February, on February 23rd. But if you notice down at the bottom, in May is when your mid-year report must be completed and submitted. And we chose May 1st to give you that opportunity to go in and get your feet wet, so that you do have some information to report on your mid-year report. And then basically the rest of these items are things that you can kind of go through, and we will definitely be talking with you. But one other thing, I'm sorry, and I think I've already said it on multiple occasions, that the due dates for each one of those field trips, and pay attention to some of these due dates. And the one thing that I need you also to pay attention to is down at the bottom, September 30th. Is when your final evaluation is due. That is not going to change. That date is the date for each year, September 30th, for your final evaluation report. And that's something that has to be uploaded into eGap by that date. So, when you're talking with your external evaluator, just make sure that they're getting it to you in a timely fashion so that you can upload it into eGap. Earlier on, we talked about some national conventions, and what I did was I went for the ones that are coming up this year. I went in and I put those national conventions into this particular document. So if you go down to, let me see, where's the first? Here's the first one. The Beyond School Hours and National After School Association, that's in February. Then we have our ACA in March. And then we have our Boost conference in April. Okay, I don't think I added that one in there, but I will definitely put it in here before I send this to you. Okay, and then after that, that's pretty much it. So my thing is just go through here. If you have any questions or if you have any concerns, remember who your TA is. And like I said, you'll have that documentation. And then also remember that you have our number, our contact information for anything that you have questions about in reference to this timeline. And remember, one other thing, this is a suggested timeline. Things can change, and if they do change, we will definitely let you know. If there's something that you have a concern or a question about, please reach out to us and let us know. Okay, Alicia.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead on and let Annette come in and talk to us about some upcoming virtual trainings, some reminders, and then we're going to do our feedback from our grantees.
Okay, well, one thing we try to do here at the state is provide you as much training. I think Egren said it earlier, we over communicate, but it's always better to over communicate instead of under communicate. So we have some trainings that come up. We have the second Tuesday of every month. Where we from 3:30 to 4:30, it's an optional training that we offer, but we encourage you always to come, and then we upload it on our website. As far as required training that's coming up for Cohort 17, we have financial planning. And again, it's a federal grant. Compliance is serious business. So please, please make sure you're on this call. It is a requirement to attend to be able to receive the funds. Then we're going to go to December 11th, communication with key stakeholders. We're going to talk about data. We're going to talk about those partnerships, the LEAs, how that all ties together. And then on the 15th, we're going to do a pre-recorded, just because a lot of people are out on vacation and doing different things during the holiday season. And it's going to be on lesson planning and student work samples and how we do that. Lindsay mentioned that earlier, how they use social media for that. But these are all required trainings along with the 3 trainings that when we send out the awards, that you must go to the website and take. So please don't forget that. What we don't want is you're ready to run your program and you're going, and then all of a sudden, oops, your funds aren't available because you haven't met the requirements. So please make sure you do those. If you have trouble loading those videos or anything, get in touch with us. I also would like to say, please don't feel overwhelmed right now. If you're a new grantee, you're like, oh my gosh, it will work out. You have great mentors out there. There are great conferences. There are great TAs. Our office, we're here to help you. We want you to succeed, and we know you can succeed. The other thing is also don't go out on your own and go, well, I know that's in the RFA, but we're going to do this because there is so much. You have to stay compliant with that RFA and what you are awarded under that Alicia talked about earlier. You are, Rebecca referred to, required to start your program when you come back from the holiday break, the first day you're back. And some people have said, well, can I go ahead and start it? We're ready to go. Yes, you can. Just make sure you have all your ducks in a row as far as your certifications, your parent meetings, your notifications, your CPR, everything you need. You don't want to start it and not have everything, safety-wise and training-wise. So here, if you want to get credit for the session, please complete the evaluation. You can do the QR code. Just hold your phone up and that little line, yellow line that comes up, click on it. Our goal again is to get better at what we do and providing services to you. So please take this evaluation and you will receive our certificate. Next slide.
While they're doing that, just to make sure everybody gets an opportunity. Annette, there's a question. How do we document? We have seen the 3 videos sent in the email.
You will let your TA know, but we also can follow that through our link with the website, what they track, how they track that.
And also, are the virtual sessions required, or can we view the recorded sessions?
They are required. It's part of the requirement to receive the grant. And we will have them recorded. I know emergencies happen, so if an emergency happens, just get in touch with us and we will do our best to try to figure it out, but it is a requirement in order to operate a program.
Okay. Does anybody need me to leave this on a little bit longer? Just put in the chat box. If not, we're going to move forward. I'll come back if I need to.
So we've talked a lot about resources and forms. I know Y for Y, the foundations, basically everything is created for you out there. Whatever you need, it is out there. You just need to ask for it, look for it, and we will be able to help you with that. You'll be able to locate on our 21st Century website, other states' websites. Y for Y has everything, and it's free. Everything is free. You can download it, put your logos on it, what you need to do with it. And then you heard like Lindsay and everybody, Andrea, everybody's willing to share. You'll go to ACEA and you're going to be like, wow, these people are so friendly and everybody's so willing, because we're all in it for the same reason, and that's for the students. So just to let you know that there's toolkits, we have lesson plans. There is so much for you out there. You can go back and watch Cohort 16 trainings. Just look at the website and enjoy it. It's a little bit hard to search, but you will find what you're looking for, I promise you. The other thing we want to do is Alabama Learning Exchange. They offer great resources and they are a national organization overall, and then they have hubs in each state. So make sure you check out what they do and what they can offer you. I want to say thanks a lot to the Care Center and TCS and all of you for presenting. And then Rebecca and Alicia, great job today. Thank you for putting this together, and we hope we've helped everybody. If you have any questions at this time, unmute yourself and let us know what your question is, or you can put it in the chat. We'll probably be on here about 10 more minutes. If you're ready to go, then we will see you when. Who can tell me when is the next one?
December 7th.
There you go. All right. Good job. Good
I
job.
did put a link in there. If you're having difficulty pulling up the evaluation with your camera, the link is in there to go there. Also within the email in the chat box, the Care Center, Andrea has put in her email address if you would like to follow up with her for any questions. So has Troy City Schools. Also the links to I think it was the links to the layout for the TA is in the chat box. You can go and look, find that if you want, and also the link to the visit form if you would like to see that as well, that we talked about, as well as the link to Troy City's checklist, which is a phenomenal way.
Tuscaloosa
I mean, I'm
City.
sorry. What did I say?
Troy.
I'm
It's
sorry.
Tuscaloosa.
Yes, Tuscaloosa City system, what they use for their site coordinators and, getting things up and moving.
And then also, Alicia, you can let them know, because we'll have Erica send this out to everyone, the PowerPoint as well.
Yes, and everything we do, we post. That's part of our federal compliance. So it also will be on the website for you. Is it? Oh, yes, Rebecca shared that, honey.
Yes, the list for the TAs, it will be there as well.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, it was great to see you all. We can't wait to come out and see the